Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. This is Shyam Kagud here. Now, before I start the discussion, if there is no issue with the sound, please do let me know so that we can start the discussion. Okay, done. Let's start then. So, yesterday, what we have done, we continued with the discussion on international trade. And in international trade, what we have discussed yesterday, how the devaluation, depreciation, revaluation, and appreciation will have an impact on trade. That is where we actually started the discussion yesterday, the table. If devaluation happens, what will happen? If the revaluation will happen, what will happen, etc., like this. Now, after that, we have discussed the concept of balance of payments. Okay, PPP spending. We will start it, don't worry. Right, we started with the concept of balance of payments. In balance of payments, what you are supposed to remember, it's basically a record of all the transactions. It is a record of all the transactions which are going to take place between one country and rest of the world. Sir, why we will have record of transactions? Because India is an open economy. I hope you remember this. India is an open economy. And because we are an open economy, we'll keep on conducting transactions in the form of, let's say, goods, services, remittances, etc. So that is a precise reason. There are flow of transactions between India and the rest of the world. This is basically recorded by Reserve Bank of India, which is a balance of payment. In the balance of payments, what we have discussed the trade surplus, trade deficit, what we generally see in the context of merchandise trade, what we see in the context of services trade, overall trade. Then we have discussed the concept of the current account deficit, current account surplus, then the idea of a twin deficit, etc. Okay. Now, after that also we have discussed, let's say if there is a BOP deficit, what does the RBI do? RBI will basically take the forex reserves and sell it in the market, right? So either RBI will sell rupees or sell foreign currencies, that is dollars, in the market, so that we will be able to stabilize the exchange rate. Stabilize exchange rate. Now, how many of you have read yesterday's newspaper? Let me check. Yesterday's newspaper, there was a statement given by Finance Minister in the Parliament. Finance Minister basically stated that RBI is not targeting any particular number of exchange rate. If you don't trust me, search it in Google later. Right, the finance minister stated in the parliament that RBI is not targeting any particular exchange rate. That is, RBI is not fixing, right, let's say a target of, let's say, $1 is equal to 70 rupees, and they are not working towards that. Right? Why? You should be able to understand that now. Why? If we do that, basically it means we are following a fixed exchange rate mechanism. But in case of India, we do not follow a fixed exchange rate. Rather, we basically follow a floating exchange rate, or managed floating exchange rate, where whenever there is a continuous appreciation or continuous depreciation, etc., RBI will intervene in the market and try to stabilize the exchange rate. That is the whole idea of role of Reserve Bank of India. Then we also discussed how do you control balance of payment deficit? What measures can you take in order to control balance of payment deficit, right, etc. Now, let's continue. One concept that we have skipped yesterday is the idea of a purchasing power parity. Now, what is this purchasing power parity? Purchasing power parity, yesterday I told you, whenever real exchange rate is equal to 1, whenever the real exchange rate is equal to 1, we simply call these currencies are at purchasing power parity. But what do you mean by purchasing power parity? Have a look at this. It is basically a theoretical exchange rate wherein you can buy the same amount of goods and services in another country. That is, using the same number of currencies, you can purchase same number of goods and services in two different countries. Sir, what do you mean by that? Let's say I told you the same example yesterday. Let's say today the exchange rate, nominal exchange rate is $1 is equal to 50 rupees. And the price of this pen in India is 50 rupees. And in USA, it is $1. Have a look at this. The price of this marker in India, it is in India, it is 50 rupees. And in USA, it is $1. Now, can I simply say, based on the nominal exchange rate, if I either have $1 or 50 rupees, I'll be able to purchase the same set of goods and services in two different countries. Any problem? I'll repeat it again. The price of the marker is $1 in USA, 50 rupees in India. If the nominal exchange rate is $1 is equal to 50, either I have $1 or I have 50 rupees, I'll be able to purchase the same set of goods and services in India as well as USA. So whenever this kind of a situation will exist, we'll simply refer to this as purchasing power parity. That is, the currencies are at purchasing power parity. Right? That is a basic idea. But now understand the problem here. Is it applicable all the times? Can we simply say because $1 is equal to 50, price of the good in India is 50 rupees and USA it is $1? Can we simply apply it all the time? There is a problem with this theory. It's basically a theory. There's a problem with the theory, right? What is this problem with the theory here? Problem with the theory is that it doesn't account for transportation cost. It doesn't account for cost of transportation, right? Because please understand this. If a good is moved from this country to another country, don't you think cost of transportation will add to market prices? Think of this. If the good is moved from India to, let's say, USA, don't you think the cost of transportation will increase the price of the good? When the product will land in USA, it could be $1.2, $1.3, $1.4. Then what is the impact of purchasing power parity then? Right? I'll not be able to purchase the same set of goods and services with $1 in USA. What about taxes? Tell me, what about taxes? For example, you export the product from India to USA. You export the product from India to USA. It will land in USA. Right now, the price is $1. But if the government of USA will impose a tax on the product, because it is an import, will the product tax add to the market price or not? Will the market price, when the product will land in USA, will it increase or not? Of course, yes. That's what I'm trying to convey here. So basically, it's a theory. What does the theory say? If nominal exchange rate is this and real exchange rate is equal to 1, it simply means doesn't matter you have a dollar or rupee, you will be able to purchase the same products, same set of goods and services in these two countries. But this theory doesn't account for cost of transportation. This theory doesn't account for, right, the taxes which are imposed by the respective governments when the products will start moving from one country to another country. When the products will start moving from one country to another country. Done? It will allow for the comparison of purchasing power of various world currencies with respect to each other. Rupee versus dollar, rupee versus pound, rupee versus yen. We are comparing the currencies here. What is the purchasing power of that? Now, whenever you talk about India's GDP, look at the third point here. Whenever you talk about India's GDP, GDP is mentioned generally in two terms. Follow this carefully. Point number one, I'm pretty sure all of you have seen GDP is mentioned in dollars. Yes or no? GDP is generally mentioned in dollars. For example, Government of India says India's GDP is $3.3 trillion. $3 trillion, $3.4 trillion. And by 2025, we want to make it as $5 trillion. Right? So GDP is mentioned in dollars. Now the question is, when you calculate GDP in India, we'll calculate in rupees. I hope you understand, because the selling price in India is in rupees. So we will calculate GDP first in rupees, then convert this GDP value from the rupees to dollars. Now the question is, when you convert this rupees to dollars, will you take nominal exchange rate or will you take exchange rate at purchasing power parity? I'll repeat it. Now the question is, when the GDP is calculated in India in terms of rupees, we have to provide this GDP, convert this GDP into dollars. Now the question is, sir, which exchange rate? Should we take exchange rate that is a nominal exchange rate, or should we take exchange rate at purchasing power parity? Now please remember this, we take and calculate under both of the heads. We will take and calculate under both of the heads. Right? What do you mean by this? Let's take a simple number. Imagine nominal exchange rate is $1 is equal to 50 rupees. Imagine nominal exchange rate is $1 is equal to 50 rupees. And exchange rate at purchasing power parity is $1 is equal to 20 rupees. What does it mean? What does it mean? Exchange rate at purchasing power parity, $1 is equal to 20. What does it mean? If you have $1 or 20 rupees, you can purchase the same set of goods and services in both USA and India. That's the meaning of it. Now let's continue. Now let's say the GDP value calculated in terms of rupees is 500 rupees. I'll take simple numbers so that you understand. GDP value is 500 rupees. Now use the CSAT calculation. What will be the GDP value in terms of dollars when you take the nominal exchange rate? The GDP value here will be $10. Any issue? GDP value will be $10. Come to the other side. If you take exchange rate at purchasing power parity, what will be the GDP value? Here, the GDP value will be $25. I'm taking simple numbers so that you understand it quickly. You can take $3.3 trillion and do that, but that's a time consuming process. Now tell me, will the GDP value of India be higher when you take PPP or NER? Look at the calculation and let me know. The GDP value in terms of dollars, will it be higher when you take PPP or the nominal exchange rate? It is at PPP. Anybody has an issue with this? It is at PPP when India's GDP value in terms of dollars will be higher. Now can I simply say, when countries are ranked, when the countries are ranked, which is the largest country, which is the second largest country, third largest country, because the GDP value of India at PPP level will be higher, ranking of India will be better under this. Is it okay? Ranking of India will be better when you take the PPP exchange rate, and that is the reason generally we'll see India's ranking at PPP exchange rate will be somewhere around third largest country, and India's ranking when you take nominal exchange rate will be somewhere around fifth to sixth largest country. Now who will give you this data? Who will give you this data? That is, what is the exchange rate at PPP? Who will give you this data? This data will be published by World Bank. This data will be published by World Bank. Have a look at this. World Bank will provide you what is the PPP exchange rate. For example, in 2020 or for 2020, if you compare what is the PPP for India as well as USA, it will be $1 is equal to 22 LCU. What is LCU? Local currency unit. That is nothing but rupees. That is simply nothing but rupees. Done. This is a basic idea of purchasing power parity. Idea of a purchasing power parity. And generally you will find that India's ranking under purchasing power parity is higher compared to India's ranking under the nominal exchange rate. Right. So this is a discussion regarding PPP. Please go through this. Questions have been asked on this. Please go through this. Now, yesterday we have discussed even the concept of balance of payments. Now, I just forgot to tell you one point yesterday regarding this. Have a look at all these transactions. Have a look at all of these transactions, and on the side of the table, I'll write one more transaction. Transfer from the forex reserves by RBI. Transfer in the sense, sale of dollars by RBI from forex reserves. Sale of the dollars from forex reserves by Reserve Bank of India. Now, can you look at all these transactions which are there in the balance of payment, and one transaction which is there on the other side of the table? Can you find a difference between both of these sets of transactions? Let me know. I'm writing all these transactions on one side and this transaction on the other side. Is there any difference between these set of transactions? This will be one set, this will be another set. There is a difference. There is a difference, right? Why? What is the difference here? Have a look at this. In the first set, that is whatever is written in the table, Can I simply say these are done either to earn profit, either to earn interest, right? Either to make investment, either for exporting, importing, etc. Market determined transfers. I hope you understand. Market determined. Market determined means what? Basically, somebody wants to earn profit. Somebody wants to invest. Somebody wants to generate employment. For these purposes, these transfers are happening. Any problem with this? For these purposes, these transfers either from India to rest of the world or rest of the world to India. So such transactions which are done, right, either to earn profit or to provide welfare like this, to invest, to generate employment, etc. These are referred to as autonomous transactions. These are referred to as autonomous transactions. Whereas, why does RBI sell dollars? Come to the other side. RBI is selling dollars in the market and RBI is withdrawing these dollars from the forex reserves. You tell me, why is RBI selling these dollars? RBI is selling these dollars to bridge a deficit. Any issue here? RBI is selling these dollars. RBI is taking these dollars from the forex reserve and RBI is selling these dollars. Why is RBI selling? In order to bridge the deficit, because there is a deficit. Dollars are in shortage in the market. To bridge the deficit, RBI is selling these dollars. So whenever to bridge the deficit in the market, when transactions are conducted, these are called as accommodating transactions. These are referred to as accommodating transactions. One is market transactions in order to earn profit, in order to invest, etc. These are called as autonomous transactions. And whenever in order to bridge the deficit, certain transactions are done in the market, these are called as accommodating transactions. RBI sells from the forex reserves, that is an accommodating transaction. Done? So this is one more point I just forwarded yesterday, but please go through this. Let me start. World Trade Organization. Very important. Let's go point by point. In today's newspaper, Hindu newspaper, by the way, there's an article on World Trade Organization. Read that. Maybe tomorrow when I take up subsidies, we'll have a discussion on that. Now let's start. World Trade Organization. Now, World Trade Organization started functioning from 1995. It started operating from 1995. But understand the background evolution here, understand the history. Now, all of you know what happened in 1939? So, it has not been taught in the classroom. No worries. High school at least. What happened in 1939? Second World War. Now, during the Second World War, can I simply say that there was a lot of large-scale infrastructure destruction. Infrastructure across countries was destroyed. The trade across the countries was stopped. The exchange rate was very much volatile, etc. Now, basically, in order to address this, in order to address all of this, in 1944, many countries came together at one place called as Bretton Woods. Bretton Woods is a city name. It is a name of a city in USA. So many countries came together, held a conference, and that is famously referred to as Bretton Woods Conference. Bretton Woods Conference. Now, at this conference, we started discussing what should we do now? What should be done? Because infrastructure is lagging behind. We need to promote development of infrastructure. Trade has been stalled because people or countries are fighting war. We need to promote a trade. We need to also ensure that stability is there in the exchange rate. Countries will have sufficient forex reserves, etc. Now, the outcome was we wanted to have 3 organizations. Follow this. The outcome of this conference was we wanted to have 3 organizations. What are the 3 organizations? 1, we wanted to have World Bank. We wanted to set up World Bank. Of course, when we started the process, when we set up World Bank, It was not literally called as World Bank. It was referred to as a IBRD. So we wanted to set up World Bank. Right? Why World Bank? So that World Bank will provide loans for development of infrastructure. It will provide loans for development of infrastructure. That was one organization we wanted to have. Second organization, we wanted to set up IMF, International Monetary Fund. International Monetary Fund. Why? In order to provide support to the member countries for maintaining forex reserves, for ensuring exchange rate stability, And the third organization we wanted to set up was International Trade Organization. I repeat, International Trade Organization, in order to promote global trade. So with these objectives, we actually started negotiating. We wanted to set up all these three organizations. And what was the outcome? We were able to set up the first two. Have a look at this. We were able to set up the first two. That is, World Bank was established, IBRD was established, IMF was also established. In which year? 1946. In 1946, these started operating. But what happened to the third one? International Trade Organization. USA did not agree to it. USA said, we will not agree to the structure of International Trade Organization. Hence, ITO was not established. International Trade Organization was not established. So what is the solution then? We have to promote trade. I hope all of you understand this. What is the solution? We wanted to promote trade, but ITO was not established. So 23 countries, including India, by the way, 23 countries came together and we signed agreement. And that agreement is famously referred to as GATT. 1947, 23 countries came together, including India, and we signed an agreement. It was basically an agreement. And this agreement was referred to as GATT. Let me check whether I've written full form or not. No, it is not there. I'll write it here. GATT stands for General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs. On a trade and tariff. General Agreement on Trade and Tariff. GATT was established. Now, is the point clear? GATT is not a structure. GATT is not an organization. It is basically an agreement. Where India was also a member country. Initially, to begin with, in 1947, it's easy to remember, 1947. Anybody has an issue? Sir, how easy? Right? Let me know how 1947 is easy to remember. So in 1947, we established GATT. India is one of the member countries. 23 countries were there. And over a period of time, many countries kept on joining GATT. By 1994-95, we had around 123 member countries in this. But let me continue here. GATT basically represented an agreement. It is not an organization. It is an agreement. So there were a lot of issues with the functioning, right? With the functioning of the concept of GATT. What was the issue here? I'll come back to this, don't worry. First one, GATT was an agreement. It was not an institution. Understand all these very carefully. GATT is an agreement. It is not an organization. It's simply an agreement. Now, who is the authority which will ensure that all the member countries will follow the agreement? I hope you understand. Don't you think there should be one authority to look at whether the member countries are following the agreement or not, guidelines or not? There was no institutional structure for the implementation. But what about WTO? What about World Trade Organization? Do we have a structure of WTO? Do we have an organization under WTO? Look at the name itself, you'll understand. World Trade Organization. WTO is not an agreement. WTO is an organization. And what is the structure of WTO? What is the structure? This is a structure. Please remember this. And this is the most simplified structure. I've seen many books. Many websites complicating the structure of WTO. You do not complicate it. Keep it always simple. Now, what is the structure of WTO? The most important part of WTO, highest decision making authority. I repeat, highest decision making authority is the ministerial conference. It is the ministerial conference. Now, generally, the ministerial conference meets once in 2 years. Generally, not a compulsion, it's a convention. So, generally, the ministerial conference meets once every 2 years and takes a lot of important decisions. Now, who are the members? There are around 160 plus member countries under WTO. The representatives of all these 160 members will come together, will hold discussions, negotiations, and come out with agreement. That is the ministerial conference. For example, from India, who will represent India in a ministerial conference? Whoever is the commerce minister. Whoever is the commerce minister will represent India in the ministerial conference. But now look at this. Can ministerial conference meet every day? How many of you think it is possible? That is, Minister of Commerce will keep on negotiating, will keep on talking with all the member countries every day. Not possible. So what about day-to-day activities? What about the day-to-day activities running of the organization? There has to be somebody to look at how member countries are behaving, what kind of policies the member countries are implementing. Some authority has to be there, some structure has to be there. That is a precise reason we also have General Council. Apart from the ministerial conference, which will meet as a convention again once every 2 years, we have a General Council. And it is the General Council which will take care of the day-to-day activities of the WTO. Right? Let's say whether these countries are following the guidelines of WTO or not. Whether the policies of Government of India, it is against the policies of WTO. Right? How the policies are affecting trade in the international market, etc., etc., etc. That is the role of the General Council. And please remember this, General Council will also act as a trade policy review body, TPRB. What is the role of the trade policy review body? Now, under WTO, have a look at this, they have certain agreements. Now, there should be one authority to find out whether the countries are following the agreements or not. That is the role of the trade policy review body. So, periodically, trade policy review body will keep on evaluating member country policies. What is Government of India doing? Is it against the objective of WTO? Is it promoting the objective of WTO? Etc., etc. The policies of the respective governments are reviewed. Look at the name itself, you'll understand. And the General Council, once in a month, once every month, will also act as a dispute settlement body. I'll come to the dispute settlement body, just give me some time. I will tell you how the dispute settlement body will work, right? What has happened there, etc., etc. I will tell you, have patience with that. Now, can I simply say WTO is an organization which has a structure? Any problem with this? WTO is an organization which has a structure. What about GATT? What about GATT? GATT was basically an agreement. So which one would you prefer? As a member country, which one would you prefer? Just an agreement where USA will do something, UK will do something, there is no control over them, or an organization which will listen to everyone, which will try to implement the policies across the countries. Second, GATT was focused on goods only. GATT's focus was to promote trade of goods. What about WTO? WTO will cover goods, that is, agreements will cover goods. The agreements of WTO will also cover services. I will show you agreements, have patience. Agreements of WTO will also cover intellectual property rights, IPR, intellectual property rights, IPR, intellectual property rights. Okay, right? So goods, services, IPRs, etc., all of them will be covered under the concept of WTO. So the wide coverage of WTO is much wider compared to what is covered under the GATT. Third one, what about number of member countries? What about number of member countries? Under GATT, I told you around 123 member countries were there by 1994. What about WTO? In WTO, more than 160 members are there. More than 160 members are there under WTO. Even in terms of coverage of members, WTO is much more wider. Dispute settlement was very slow and was very ineffective under GATT, but under WTO, at least on paper, the system is much better. Now, some of you will ask, sir, what is this dispute? Why are you basically smiling and saying, at least on paper, it is much better? I will prove it. Have patience. I will tell you about dispute settlement right under WTO. And so these are some of the reasons. These are some of the very important reasons why we have shifted from the concept of a GATT to the idea of World Trade Organization. And under WTO, when WTO was established in 1995, the agreement of GATT was subsumed under this. Is it okay? The agreement, it's an agreement, by the way. GATT is an agreement. It was basically subsumed under the World Trade Organization itself. Then this is a first very important point. Now, let me show you certain concepts here. Follow this very carefully. Follow this very carefully. Now, imagine there are two countries, A and B. Imagine there are two countries, A and B. Now, A is exporting certain goods or services to B, and B is also exporting certain goods and services to A. Now, this trade can be disrupted. All of you understand the term disrupted? Right? This trade between A and B can be disturbed or disrupted through various policies of the government, right? Either of the government A or government B. But generally under WTO, what they do is they will divide these disruptive policies or the policies which will disturb the trade between both A and B, right, as trade barriers. Have a look at the term there. Whatever policies are implemented by either government A or government B, which will disturb the trade between both the countries, or even the global trade will be disrupted, these are referred to as trade barriers. What do you mean by trade barrier here? Restrictions imposed by the government. I've written the term equivalent term there. Please have a look at it. Restrictions which are imposed by the governments. Sir, what kind of restrictions? We will divide these restrictions into two parts. One is called as a tariff barrier. Second one is called as a non-tariff barrier. One is a tariff barrier. Second one is non-tariff barrier. Now, what do you mean by tariff barrier? Tariff barrier simply means using taxes to reduce either the imports or exports. I'll repeat the statement. What do you mean by tariff barrier? Tariff barrier simply means using the taxes or the taxation either to reduce imports into the country or reduce exports from the country. Sir, how is that possible? Let's start. Right, and we'll take the same example. Imagine you are an exporter, you're sitting in another country. You will export this marker into India. Let's say India, okay? You will export this marker into India. Now, if government of India will increase the taxation, import taxes on this marker, let's say from 10% to 20% or 10% to 30%, you tell me, will your exports to India increase or decrease? Let me know. Right, you exported until now, tax rate was 10%. 10% import duties. Now, government will increase this from 10% to 30%. Will your exports to India increase? No, it will decrease. Right? One person says increase. How? What is your argument? You tell me. If the tax rate is increased from 10% to 30%, will it not become more costly, my dear? Will it not become more costly? Of course, yes. So if it becomes more costly, how do you say your exports will increase to India? No, your exports will increase. Now, on the other side, can we impose on the exports now? Right? Let's say I am exporting something. Government of India, rather than imposing any taxes on this, will impose a 20% duties on it. And it is there in the current affairs, by the way. It is there in the current affairs. Government of India earlier was not imposing anything on exports. Now will impose a taxes of 20% on the exports. Now you tell me, if Government of India will impose a taxes on my exports, I'm exporting from India, will my product, when they export or when I export, will it become costly or not? Will the price of the product increase or not? Of course, yes. And when the price of the product increases, will my exports increase? No, it will come down. Is the logic okay here? Is the logic okay? So government can use taxes either to reduce imports or reduce exports. Is it not a disruption? Let me know. Is it not a restriction imposed by the government? Right? So one is using taxation to either restrict imports or exports. Now, whenever anything apart from taxes, understand my statement, anything apart from the taxes are used, these are called as a non-tariff barriers. Is the logic okay? Right? The restriction can be in the form of a taxes, anything apart from the taxes. If it is a tax, I'll call it as a tariff barrier. If it is anything else apart from the tax, I'll call this as a non-tariff barrier. Now, sir, what do you mean by non-tariff barrier? Let's start. First one, very important, quota. And all these were there in the newspaper very, very recently. First one, very important, quota. What do you mean by quota? Quota refers to restrictions on quantity. Quota refers to restriction on quantity of either imports or exports. Imposing restriction of quantity of either imports or exports. Sir, what do you mean by this? Let's continue with the same example. You are exporting this marker to India. Government of India will say, I will allow the marker to be imported. I will allow it. But annually, I will allow only 100 markers to be imported into India. 1 year, you are allowed to import only 100 markers like this. Can I call this as a restriction of quantity? Let me know. Can I call this as a quantitative restriction? Can we impose on exports? Can we impose on exports? Of course, yes. In current affairs, if you're reading newspapers, you will know this. Quota restrictions were imposed on export of wheat. Quota restrictions were imposed on export of rice, etc. So idea is simple here. Government of India will say, you want to export sugar? Okay, export. You want to export rice? Export. But not more than 2 tons. I will simply impose a restriction like this, not more than 2 tons. Which means I am allowed to export, but my exports should not cross more than 2 tons. Again, quantitative restriction. Quantitative restriction. Now think of this carefully and let me know, which one do you think is more effective restriction? Is it quota or a tariff? I'll repeat it. Just think of this. Which one is much more effective restriction? Both are effective, but which is much more effective? Is it a tariff or quota? Think of this. Think of this. It is quota. That is, please remember this. Non-tariff barriers are much more restrictive in nature, much more effective in restricting trade compared to tariff restrictions. Sir, how? Let me give a very simple example. All of you know that Government of India is promoting solar energy in India. Anybody who says, sir, I woke up today, I don't know what is solar energy and what is Government of India doing. So Government of India is promoting solar energy. But to harness the sunlight, that is convert the sunlight into electricity, you need panels. Any problem? You need panels. The production of these panels in India is not sufficient. Simple. The production capacity in India is not sufficient. Now, on one side, you are promoting solar energy, and on the other hand, you require sufficient number of panels in India, which is not being produced. Now, you tell me what will happen because of this. Don't you think as a result of this, imports of these panels will increase, right? Does it make sense or not? Imports of these panels will increase, will be very, very high into India. And it has happened. It has actually happened. Now, government of India imposed the taxes on the imports. Government of India actually has imposed the taxes on the imports. Now, you tell me, despite imposing taxes, do you think imports of solar panels will come down? Think of it and answer. Despite imposing taxes on the solar panels, how many of you think imports of solar panels will come down in India? It will not come down. Why? Because there is no sufficient domestic production. If there is a sufficient domestic production, automatically, when the panels will become costlier, we'll start purchasing from the domestic market. But the problem itself is that we do not have sufficient domestic production. So what will happen? Irrespective of whether you impose the taxes or not, imports will continue to flow into India. But rather than taxes, we have not done it, but imagine, rather than taxes, what if government of India will impose quota on the import? Now tell me which is more effective. Rather than taxes, if government will impose a quota restriction on the imports, don't you think imports will be reduced automatically? Imports would limit automatically, right? So that's a reason. Again, remember this, non-tariff barriers are much more dangerous in terms of restriction of the trade. These are much more effective in terms of restriction of the trade compared to tariffs. That is the first one. Let me go to the second one now. Exchange rate restriction. Exchange rate restriction. Let me connect it to current affairs. I'm pretty sure all of you know there is a crisis in Pakistan. Economic crisis. I'm not worried about political crisis. I'll focus on economics. There is economic crisis in Pakistan. And basically, they have simply run out of forex reserves. If you're reading newspaper, you will know that import cover of Pakistan has fallen down. It has constantly fallen down. It's somewhere around 1 or 2 weeks now. Import cover in Pakistan is around 1 or 2 weeks. Now you tell me at this point of time, will the government of India, government of Pakistan allow easy conversion of rupees to dollars and dollars to rupees? Think of it. More worry about the rupee to dollar. Right, sir? Why are you saying rupee? My dear, even Pakistan uses rupee, by the way. Not Indian rupee, but their rupee, Pakistani rupee. So do you think, how many of you think they will allow for easy conversion, full convertibility, rupee to dollar? Now, if they allow for that, don't you think the forex reserves, which is hardly around 1 or 2 weeks worth of import cover, they will lose that also? Now tell me, right, the government will impose a restriction over conversion of, let's say, rupee to dollar. Will it not disrupt the trade between Pakistan with the rest of the world? Think of it. Simple idea. Will it not disrupt the trade between Pakistan and the rest of the world? And they are doing it, by the way. They are doing it, right? It's a fact. It is there in the current affairs. This is how you connect what you read in book with current affairs. So can we impose an exchange rate restriction, thereby disrupting the trade? Possible? Can we impose restrictions over the exchange rate so that it will disrupt the trade? Or else one more methodology is, for everything that you are importing or exporting, government will ask you to take license. For everything, right? You want to export, take a license from me. You want to import, take a license from me. Take approval for everything. You tell me, if these kind of regulations are there, don't you think there will be a disruption of trade between this country with another country? Right? Of course, yes. Exchange rate restrictions will also disrupt trade. Next one, administrative and technical regulations. Administrative and technical regulations. Let me connect it to current affairs again. All of you know that until very recently, we used to import lot of toys. If you don't know, please remember this. We used to import lot of toys into India. Despite having sufficient production capacity in India, we used to import lot of toys. And it should not be surprising to you when I say that most of these toys would come from, right, our best friend China. So government of India for last couple of years, what they have done is, whatever toys are imported into India, whatever toys you import into India, you will have to get a certificate for that first. Simple. You will have to go to an authority, get a certificate first. Right? That whatever toys you are importing doesn't have any harmful product, doesn't have this kind of a chemical, etc., etc., etc. So first, get the product tested, get a certificate from an authority, and only then I will allow you to import the toys from rest of the world. Now you tell me, if these conditions are very strict, if these conditions are very, very stringent, is it going to promote import or restrict import? It's a very basic idea. If these conditions are very, very strict, very stringent, is it going to promote more inflow of the imports? No, it will restrict the flow of imports. And as a result of this, can I say that the trade between countries would be affected? Right? So that is basically administrative and technical regulations. And finally, government will impose certain restrictions on procurement. Government will impose certain restrictions on procurement. I'll give you an example. There is a scheme in India called as a FAME. There is a scheme in India by the name of FAME, Faster Adoption and Manufacturing of Electric Vehicles. I'll repeat it again. Faster adoption and manufacturing of electric vehicles. Now, under this, Government of India will say, I will give you subsidy. And by the way, after this only we'll cover subsidy, don't worry. Right? Let's say there is a concept of subsidy that is given to electric vehicle manufacturers. But the Government of India simply says, you want to get the subsidy, you want to manufacture electric vehicle, get the subsidy. There is a one condition. There is one condition. Certain amount of raw materials that you purchase, you will have to purchase from the domestic market. I'll repeat it. Certain purchases that you do, you will purchase a lot of components. At least some of these components, you will have to purchase from the domestic market. Now you tell me, you're a manufacturer of electric vehicle. You want to get the subsidy from the Government of India, but government says localization. There's a term called as localization. Is it okay? What do you mean by localization? Promoting procurement from the local industries. Promoting the procurement of products from the local industries, that is called as localization. So if there is a localization condition, procurement condition, will you not source some of the products from the domestic market rather than importing? I hope you understand. Will it not promote, right, sourcing from the domestic market rather than importing? Will it not disrupt trade between, right, this country and other country? That's a basic idea. So again, these are some of the examples, right, of non-tariff barriers. So these are the various trade barriers, and remember this carefully. Under WTO, we are trying to reduce all these trade barriers. We want to reduce and eliminate these trade barriers. Now you tell me, if countries will eliminate all these trade barriers, will the global trade increase or decrease? Let me see. If the countries will eliminate all these trade barriers, right, either tariff or non-tariff, doesn't matter, right? If they basically reduce and eliminate all these trade barriers, can I now say that global trade will increase? Global trade will be promoted? That is ultimately the objective of WTO, World Trade Organization. Now, look at certain points here. WTO started functioning from 1995. I've already explained this. The headquarters of WTO is in Geneva, Switzerland. The headquarters is in Geneva, Switzerland. What are the functions of World Trade Organization? One, whatever trade agreements are signed, they will have to be implemented. And who will ensure that the trade agreements are implemented by member countries? It is a WTO. WTO will ensure that these member countries will follow the trade agreements. Second, it will also act as a forum for negotiations, trade negotiations between countries. It will settle trade disputes. I'll discuss this separately. And finally, what are the trade policies of the member countries? It is reviewed and reports are published by WTO. Right? So these are certain very important functions of World Trade Organization. Now come to the most important point here. Right? What are the principles of WTO? What are the principles of WTO? Right? Three very important principles: most favored nation, national treatment, and free trade. Most favored nation, national treatment, and free trade. Now I'll start the discussion, but before I start, please understand my point here itself. Don't keep on asking the same thing later. All these principles will have certain exceptions. I hope you understand my point. All of these principles will always have exceptions. That is agreed. By default, you take it. Why? I'll tell you. How many of you think India will be worried about what WTO says when there is a depression in India? Think of it and let me know. Right? I hope you understand. How many of you think India will be worried what WTO thinks? What WTO says? What are the agreements of WTO when there is a depression in India? When there is recession in India? When there is security threat in India? I hope you understand. So don't say, sir, but this is an exception. So this is a violation. Of course it will happen. Right? For example, right, I told you the object of WTO is to reduce and eliminate trade barriers. I hope you understand. Reduce and eliminate trade barriers. Now, but you will see that government of India, government of USA, they have been implementing trade barriers. I hope you understand this. Sir, any example of a trade barrier? My dear, look at India itself. Has government of India implemented trade barriers in the last 1 year or not? Let me know. Has government of India, and we have discussed examples some time ago itself, has government of India implemented trade barrier in the last 1 year? Of course, yes. Sugar, wheat, we have implemented trade barriers. You might simply say, but sir, it is against WTO. Government of India will say, first I will look at myself. I will ensure that there is no right inflation in the domestic market. Then I will worry what WTO says. So that is the precise reason. Understand this. That's a precise reason. For every principle, there is exception. Take it as granted. Don't argue with me saying, but sir, this has happened, but sir, that has happened, etc., etc. Now let's start. Most favored nation. Very misleading term. Understand this carefully. Most favored nation. What is the meaning of a most favored nation? Follow this carefully. Imagine here is country A. A is conducting trade with, let's say, 3 countries: B, C, and D. Imagine A is conducting trade with B, C, and D. What does the most favored nation say? It says that country A has to treat all the trading partners in the same way. I'll repeat the statement. Country A, what is this most favored nation? Right? Most favored nation principle says country A, when it is conducting trade with B, C, and D, it has to treat all the member countries in the same way. There shall not be any bias towards one country and bias against one more country. Sir, what do you mean by bias here? That is a discrimination. Let me give a simple example. Imagine from all the 3 countries, this marker is exported to A. Now, MFN simply says, if this marker will attract a 10% tax, when it will come from B, it will attract 10% tax. Then when the marker will come from C, it should attract the same percentage of tax. Any problem with this? Let me know. When this marker will come from B, C, or D, MFN simply says the tax which is applicable should be same for all the 3 countries. You cannot have one rate of tax for marker coming from B, and you cannot have other rate of tax for the markers coming from C and D. Right? So you cannot discriminate. You cannot be biased towards one country and biased against other countries, other trading partners. This is called as a most favored nation. MFN, most favored nation. Now look at this very carefully. Whenever the countries will sign trade agreements, this discrimination is allowed. I'm giving you an exception here. Whenever countries will sign trade agreements, such discrimination will be allowed. For example, India and Australia have signed a trade agreement. Have you heard of this? India and Australia have signed a trade agreement. India and UAE have signed a trade agreement. Now, do you think it makes right sense to you? Right? Have a look at this. How many of you think it makes sense when this marker will come from Australia, will impose a 10%, when it will come from USA, because we don't have an agreement with USA. When it will come from USA, we will impose the same 10% because of most favored nation. If this is done, what is the advantage of signing trade agreement in the first place? I hope you understand. If MFN is applicable here also, that is whether it comes from a country with whom we have signed the agreement or not, will impose the same rate, then what is the use of signing the trade agreement in the first place? Now, does it make sense or not? Let me know. MFN simply says treat every trading partner in the same way. There should not be any discrimination between the trading partners. But when you sign the trade agreements with other countries, you are allowed to discriminate. You are basically allowed to discriminate. That is the most favored nation. Any problem with the first one? Do let me know now. Let me go to the second one. National treatment. Idea of a national treatment. That is, let's say a good or a service has been imported. Now, government of India cannot have policies discriminating when the product is in India. I'll repeat it. Understand this carefully. When the product, this marker will fall, or let's say imported, enter into the market in India, government of India cannot have a policy discriminating this product within India. You cannot have a policy focusing only on the domestic goods and discriminating, discouraging imported goods. You are not allowed to have such policies. That is, imported good and a similar good manufactured in the domestic market cannot be discriminated. Both of them have to be treated in the same way. Right? That is national treatment. Third one is a free trade. Lower the trade barriers. In order to promote trade, lower these particular trade barriers so that the trade between India and rest of the world, or USA and rest of the world, trade can be promoted. So these are the three very, very important principles. Please be very, very careful. Questions have been asked. Questions have been asked by UPSC in prelims specifically, and again they can be asked, but you go through it, right? Connect it to current affairs, automatically you'll understand. For example, have a look at this. Right, example, have a look at this. Couple of years ago, India, not USA, India basically removed the most favored nation treatment for Pakistan. I hope you understand. Right, couple of years ago, India removed, right, the most favored nation treatment, right, for Pakistan. Sir, what is the meaning of it? What is the meaning of it? The meaning is very simple. Whenever the MFN status is given to Pakistan, imagine from USA, with whom we do not have a trade agreement, this marker will come. From Pakistan, this marker will come. I will have to impose the same rate on both of them. I hope you understand. I will have to impose the same rate of taxes on both of these products. But if I remove the most favored nation treatment for Pakistan, now tell me, am I under obligation to impose the same rate on the good? I hope you understand. This marker will come from USA now. MFN is there, right? I will apply 10%. From, let's say, China. Again, we don't have FTA. I will impose 10%. It will come from any other country with whom we do not have FTA. I'll impose 10%. But if it will come from Pakistan, do I need to impose 10%? Now there is no compulsion. I can impose 20%. I can impose 30%. I can impose 40%. Okay, so that is the basic idea of the application of most favored nation. Okay, now focus on this. The three very important agreements under WTO. Many more are there. We'll understand it, but have patience. Let's go point by point. The three very important agreements under WTO are: one, GATS. Long form, please do not keep on asking long form. Look at the right side of the table, you will realize it. Long form is there. GATS simply stands for General Agreement on Trade in Services. TRIPS stands for Trade Related Aspects of Intellectual Property Rights. And TRIMS stands for Trade Related Investment Measures. TRIMS, Trade Related Investment Measures. Now let's start. First agreement, GATS. What is this GATS? Under WTO, what we have done is, we have taken all the services which are traded, right, that is exported or imported, across the international market. We have taken all the services and we have classified them under four categories. I'm focused on GATS here. Focus on the discussion. Under GATS, what we have done is, all the services which can be traded, we have taken them and we have classified them under four, right? And these are classified under four and are named like this. Right? These are like this. That is, right, classification 1 or mode 1, that is called as a cross-border supply. Cross-border supply. Mode 2, consumption abroad. Mode 3, commercial presence. And mode 4, presence of natural person. Now, before I start, look at the picture first. Look at the picture. Now, how many of you think all the four situations which are provided, all the four are one and the same? Because when I explain it, you will keep on asking, sir, it looks the same like this. It is also same like that. Look at 1 and 2. Just look at 1 and 2. Both are one and the same. Let me know if you feel one and the same. Look at 2 and 3. Look at 3 and 4. How many of you say, sir, right, everything is same? If you say everything is same, my recommendation is, please check your eyes. Go to an ophthalmologist. Please get your eyes tested. Why? Obviously, if they are same, then what is the need for having four names in the first place? There is no need of having four names in the first place. No, all are different. Let's go one by one. Cross-border supply. Right? In the cross-border supply, there are two countries, A and B. The consumer is in A, supplier is in B. Two different countries. Neither the consumer will cross the border, nor supplier will cross the border. Both of them will remain in the same countries, but the services will be provided across the border. Is it okay? Right? The supplier will not cross. Consumer will also not cross the border, but the services will be supplied across the border. Look at the name, automatically you will understand. Cross-border supply. Sir, any example of a cross-border supply? Right? What about customer care services? Let me know if you agree or disagree. Customer care services, BPO. Right? Don't you think all these, a customer will be sitting in USA, but the call center is in India? I hope you understand. Customer is sitting in USA. Call center is in India. Services are being provided. The person who is going to pick up the call and answer the question, they will not go to USA, nor the customer will take the product, come to India. But across the border, services are getting transferred. First one, cross-border supply. Second one, consumption abroad. Consumption abroad. Here is a consumer. Consumer will cross the border, go to the second country, and look at this, will start consuming the services. Can I give you examples? A tourist from USA will come to India, use Ola services. Any problem? A USA tourist or American tourist will come to India, will use Ola, will go to a restaurant, have food, will go to Taj Hotel, stay in the Taj Hotel. What is happening here? Ola is not going to USA, Taj Hotel is not going to USA. Consumer is coming to the service provider. That is consumption abroad. Third one, commercial presence. Commercial presence. Right? Let's say a company which is there in USA will come to India, set up a service sector company in India. Right? I hope you understand this. A company which is there in USA will come to India, set up a company in India. Now this company will start providing the services to customers. Any problem with this? Right? Any example, sir? How many of you heard of the TV channel Times Now? Times Now or Air Asia? All these are owned by foreign companies. All of these are owned by foreign companies. So foreign company will come to India, set up companies in India, start providing services to the consumers in India. That is commercial presence. And the fourth one, presence of natural persons. Presence of natural persons. Let me start with an example. Imagine you're an expert in yoga. Understand the example here. Don't say 3 and 4 are one and the same. No, they are not one and the same. Look at the name also, look at the explanation also. Imagine you are an expert in yoga, or you are a very, very good chef. You are in India. Now you will go to Australia, start providing services in Australia, either as an individual, that is a freelancer, either as an individual or a freelancer, or you will join a company in Australia, start providing the services to the customers. That is a presence of natural persons. Presence of natural persons. So these are the four ways. These are the four ways which are classified, or services are classified under the agreement of WTO. Under the agreement of WTO. Sir, what is mode 4? I'll repeat it again. Imagine you are a yoga instructor or a chef or a software engineer. You will go to Australia, and there is a particular reason why I'm taking Australia as an example here. Because earlier I told you India and Australia have signed an agreement. This is covered under that. I hope you understand this. The reason I'm taking Australia is this is actually covered in that agreement. So imagine you are a chef. You are a yoga instructor. Right? You're basically an individual, single person. You will go to Australia and start providing your services to the citizens of Australia. Right? That is one way. Have a look at this. You are go to Australia, you will basically become a freelancer and start providing the services to customer. That is one way. Or else you will go to Australia, join a company in Australia and start providing the services to customers. Right? That is basically mode 4. Right? Mode 3, company in USA will come to India. Company. Can you understand the difference between a company and individual or not? I hope you understand. Don't say, sir, 3 and 4, one and the same. How one and the same? How it will be one and the same? You tell me. In mode 3, a company will come to India and, right, have a look at this. In case of this company will open one more company in India and start providing services. In fact, I gave you examples also. Bennett Coleman, Air Asia, all these are the examples. And mode 2, basically the supplier will be there in the country. The consumer will cross the border, come to this country, consume the services. These are the 4 modes. These are the 4 modes of classification of services. And trust me when I say this, do not try to complicate. You will not find any other service beyond these 4 classifications. I hope you understand. Don't waste your time. I know many of you are in the business of finding problems, not solutions. problems with, right, let's say what we are discussing. Don't do that. It will not work out. This will not help you. Because if WTO says these are the only four, why do you want to do a PhD and find a fifth one? Now come to this. GATS. What does the GATS say? It will cover all the services which are traded internationally. And, right, and understand this. These services now, right, basically the member countries, right, these member countries will have to identify these services and have a look at this. There will be certain obligations. There will be certain obligations on the member countries. What do you mean by obligations here? Obligations are the member countries will have to follow most favored nation. Does it apply here? Let me know. Right, a service is coming to you. You're a prime minister of a country. Services will come from USA. Services will come from, right, let's say China. Services will come from UK. Is a MFN, right? Is the MFN concept applicable here? Yes. Right, most favored nation is applicable. National treatment you will have to follow, and you will also have to be transparent. Now you will ask me, sir, what do you mean by transparency here? I can understand national treatment. I can understand most favored nation. Right? What do you mean by transparent here? Transparency simply means the member countries will have to keep on submitting their policies data to WTO. I hope you understand this. Transparency simply means, because many of you will ask me, sir, if I do something, how USA will come to know? If government of India does something, how UK will come to know? Because under the WTO, under all these agreements, Indian government has to keep on submitting the data. They will have to submit all these policies, what they are trying to do, how they are doing it, etc. They will have to submit those documents under WTO. That is basically the transparency. Okay, next one. Be patient, don't become impatient. Okay, let me go to the next one. TRIPS. What is this TRIPS here? Have a look at this. Trade related aspects of intellectual property rights. TRIPS is a trade related aspects of intellectual property rights. Now, what is this intellectual property right? Let me start with the basic idea. What is intellectual property right? Intellectual property right basically refers to creation of mind. I'll repeat, it's a definition by the way. Intellectual property right refers to creation of mind. Sir, what do you mean by creation of mind? Have you heard of the term patent? Right, the term patent, copyright, industrial designs, etc. Now, all these are nothing but creation of mind. Right, using the intellectual, using the intelligence, we have created all of them. Now, imagine you have created a technology. With your own, you have created a technology. Now, should everybody be allowed to copy the technology? Think of it. Should everybody in the market, should they be allowed to copy your technology? Right? It should not be done. I hope you understand. It should not be done. Why, sir? Right? It is much better. No, we'll become a welfare country, etc. Absolutely no. Have a look at this. Imagine you are a company which is involved in manufacturing of drugs. Again, whenever in the classroom, at least in economics, whenever I use the term drugs, it is pharmaceuticals. Right? I hope you understand. It is pharmaceuticals. Don't go to, right, let's say any other form. I'm talking about pharmaceutical industry. Right? So many of you will imagine Udta Punjab movie. Absolutely no. Stick to the pharmaceuticals. So whenever you want to create drugs, whenever you want to, right, produce drugs, you'll have to invest a lot of money and research and development, R&D, research and development. Now, imagine you own a company, you have invested 20 crore rupees, you have created a technology or a formulation. Now, should everybody in the market be allowed to use that formula? Right? If everybody will start using that particular formula, what is your advantage? Why should you invest in research and development? That's a reason. Have a look at this. That's a reason we have certain protection for intellectual properties. we provide a certain protection for the intellectual properties, and that is called as intellectual property rights. So under TRIPS, all the member countries will have to have their laws. Intellectual property law have to be implemented, and they will have to provide protection for these intellectual properties. Right? Under that, they will have to provide a most favored nation. They will have to provide a national treatment, etc. That is the second one, TRIPS, trade-related intellectual property rights. For example, does India have a intellectual property law? I hope you understand. Does India have an intellectual property law? Answer is yes, by the way. We have an intellectual property law. Third one, TRIMS. Third one is TRIMS, trade-related investment measures. Third one is TRIMS, trade-related investment measures. Now, what is this trade-related investment measures? It will basically promote trade of goods. It will promote investment, etc. It will promote trade of goods, investment, etc. That is, a country, member country of WTO, should not have any policies prohibiting trade of goods across the border. Should not have any policies prohibiting flow of capital, investment across the border. That is basically the idea of a trade-related investment measures. Refers to rules that the member countries should have, right, on the foreign investors. Right? You should not have any policy which will be discriminatory against a foreign investment. You will have to allow the foreign investment. Right? Such as a restriction on foreign capital, you should not have it. Foreign investors should have the same rights as the domestic investor, etc. That is basically the idea of a TRIPS. So under WTO, we have discussed 3 agreements. Many more agreements are there. We'll discuss those also. One is a GATS. Second one is a TRIPS. Third one is a TRIPS. GATS, TRIPS, and TRIPS. Done? Okay. Now come to the most important another point. Dispute settlement. Follow this carefully. It is also there in the discussion. Dispute settlement. Now, what is this idea of a dispute settlement? Here is India and here is USA. Now, India will export goods and services. USA will also export goods and services. Now, if government of India will impose certain policies, will it restrict exports from USA or not? If government of USA will impose certain policies, I'll give you examples also. If government of India will impose or government of USA will impose certain policies, will it restrict India's exports or not? Of course, yes. So whenever these kind of policies are implemented, the trading partners might simply believe that these are restrictive in nature. These are barriers in nature, and they want the other country to withdraw these kind of barriers, because they want to promote more and more exports. Now, in that situation, the member country of a WTO will approach a WTO and will ask for a dispute settlement. There's a dispute between, let's say, these 2 trading partners. And is it always between 2 trading partners? Of course, no. Government of USA might simply impose a policy today. Have a look at this, just a hypothetical example. Government of USA today might simply impose a policy, no import of steel will be allowed. No import of aluminum will be allowed. Now you tell me, is it bilateral problem? Is it just a problem between India and USA? Of course, no. There are many other countries which are exporting steel and aluminum to USA. All of them will have a dispute with the USA now. So the dispute could be bilateral like this between only 2 countries, or it could be multilateral also. That is, a lot of countries have a dispute with one country. So dispute settlement, how does it work? Let's try and understand it. Point number 1. A member country will go to WTO, file a complaint. Step number 1, member country will go to WTO, file a complaint, right, against one more country that country is not implementing the policies correctly. That policy has been there, but it is violating WTO law. And I'll give you example also. Have patience. I'll give you examples. Right? In the context of India only, I'll tell you. So now they will go to an authority that is called as a dispute settlement body. Right? Sir, what is DSB? What is DSB? Please look at this. Dispute settlement body. Okay, they will go to the dispute settlement body and file an application, file a complaint. Now the dispute settlement body initially will ask the member countries to resolve the dispute amongst themselves. They will ask the member countries to resolve the dispute amongst themselves. That is, right, the DSB will say, bade bacche ho, right, apne aap, right, just take care of it. Either through mediation, consultation, whatever, right, you resolve it amongst yourselves. Now, what if the dispute is not resolved? There is no resolution. Both the countries do not come to any arrangement. Now, next step will be the dispute settlement body will set up an expert group. It is called as a panel. Right? Generally, 3 experts are appointed. A panel is appointed. Now, the panel will look into the dispute and submit a report. Simple. They will look into a dispute and submit the report, right, to the dispute settlement body. And let's say hypothetically, USA has imposed certain policies. India has taken this to WTO. And the panel says government of USA is wrong. Government of USA is not supposed to impose these policies. Now, India will be happy, USA will be unhappy. All of you will agree with this? India will be happy with the report, USA will be unhappy. Now, there is one more option available for USA. That is, USA is allowed to go to one more authority under dispute settlement, that is called as appellate body. Right? The authority which is not happy with the report, right? Obviously, because it is given against their interest. So that authority or that country can approach authority that is called as appellate body. Now the appellate body will again look into this dispute or the report of the panel and give its observations, give, right, a finding. Now have a look at this. Ultimately, whether the report is accepted or not accepted, it is decided by the dispute settlement body. I repeat, right, although there is an option available to the country here, ultimately whether the report is accepted or not accepted, it is decided by the dispute settlement body. And remember one more point here, whenever the dispute settlement body will work, it functions on the concept of consensus. It functions on the concept of consensus. Right? What do you mean by consensus? Right? Follow this very carefully, because it's slightly technical. Whenever a dispute settlement body wants to reject the report, I repeat, whenever a dispute settlement body wants to reject the report of the panel, they should have negative consensus. They should have negative consensus. What do you mean by negative consensus? All the members who are there in the dispute settlement body, I repeat, all the members who are there in the dispute settlement body should reject the report. Is it okay? All the members who are there in the dispute settlement body should reject the report. Right? That is called as a negative consensus. Now you tell me, is it possible? Think of it. Just think of it and let me know. Is it possible? Is it possible to have negative consensus? Let's say I have given you one example here. India has filed a complaint against USA and the panel says government of USA is wrong. India's argument is correct. Will you get negative consensus in the dispute settlement body? Will every country in the dispute settlement body oppose the report? No, you will not get it. Right? Which means the dispute settlement body, even if USA will oppose the report, will accept the report. I hope you understand the importance of this negative consensus. I'll repeat it. Right? The importance of the negative consensus is that even if one country, 2 countries, 3 countries will not accept the report, because you want to reject the report, you should have all the countries rejecting the report. You will not get it. So DSB will accept the report of the panel. Because of course, understand the logic here. How many of you think if the report is against USA, USA will vote in favor of the report? Let me know. Right? How many of you think that if the report is against USA, in the dispute settlement body, USA will say, okay, I will agree to the report? Of course, no. They want to vote against the report. But if you have a principle wherein, if even one country will oppose it, you cannot accept it. If you have that kind of a principle, don't you think then the dispute settlement body will never be functional? That is, none of the reports will be accepted at any point of time under the dispute settlement body. Right? That is basically the idea of a negative consensus. Now, what is the current affairs here? And any example of a dispute settlement that has happened this way? Let me start with the first one. Current affairs. Appellate body. In the appellate body, 7 members are there. In the appellate body, generally the sanction means the approved strength is 7 members. And whenever the countries will take, right, whenever any country wants to appeal against a panel's report, 3 members will have to come and take up the hearing. Is it okay? 7 members is the sanction strength. 3 members, right, will have to come and will have to hear the the party, that is USA as well as India. And these 7 members will have a tenure of 4 years. Right? These 7 members will have a tenure of 4 years. And have a look at this. After 4 years, they can be reappointed. But you have consensus here. That is, you should have consensus of all the member countries of WTO. Right? One person's tenure is over, 4-year term is over. You want to appoint one more person or the same person. All the member countries should agree to it. Positive consensus. All the member countries should agree to it. Now tell me, when you have a positive consensus requirement like this, if one country will not consent, can you appoint people to appellate body? I'll repeat it again. The 7 members is a sanctioned strength. Their tenure is 4 years. Right? They will have to be appointed again. Now, if you want to appoint the people into the appellate body, you require consensus. That is, every member country of WTO should agree. Should agree. You require consensus. Now, even if one country doesn't agree, can you appoint people to appellate body? Possible. Is it possible? Of course, no. That is what USA has been doing. That is what USA has been doing. USA is not consenting. USA says, I will oppose. You want to appoint this person? I will vote against it. You appoint one more person? I will vote against it. Now you tell me, if continuously the USA will keep on opposing, will you continue to have 7 members? Don't you think the number of members in the appellate body will fall down to 5? Will fall down to 3? Will fall down to 2? Will fall down to 1? And finally, 0. Right now, how many members are there in the appellate body? 0. Right now, how many members are there in the appellate body? 0 members are there in the appellate body. Now, if there is nobody in the appellate body, how many of you think the dispute settlement will work efficiently? Let me know. Right? If there are no members in the appellate body, how many of you think the dispute settlement will function efficiently in the market? Absolutely no. Right? That's the reason the dispute settlement system has become dysfunctional. It's like this. Imagine, again, don't write this in the exam. Imagine there's a case in the district court. Appeal will go to High Court. From the High Court, appeal will go to Supreme Court. Now you have gone to Supreme Court. There are no judges in the Supreme Court. Imagine. I'm not saying it is happening or it will happen. I'm saying imagine. Right? So if that happens, don't you think the whole judicial structure will crumble? Cases will keep on going to Supreme Court. Nobody is taking up the cases. That is a basic idea. That's a basic idea here. The appellate body has become dysfunctional as a result of this. Right? The panels are being formed. they will find the report, or they will find certain issue and give it in the report. The member country will go to appellate body. There is no one in the appellate body. It will get stuck up there itself. I hope you understand. This is the issue with the dispute settlement. This is the issue with dispute settlement under WTO. Now, any example of where dispute settlement has actually happened? I'll give you one example. Follow this very carefully. Earlier, I've discussed TRIPS, TRIMS, and GATS. 3 agreements. Earlier, I've discussed 3 agreements of WTO. Let me add one more agreement to that list. Agreement on subsidies and countervailing measures. SCM. Agreement on subsidies and countervailing measures. Now, what is this agreement on subsidies and countervailing measures? Do you remember the scheme MEIS? Let me know. How many of you remember the name of the scheme MEIS? Sir, when did you discuss it? Yesterday. By the way, yesterday. Okay. Merchandise exports from India scheme. So have a look at this. Under MEIS, what you do? You will find out how much exports you are doing, and based on the value of the exports, subsidies are provided. I hope you remember that. In fact, I had given you a calculation also. Right? Imagine 5% is a subsidy rate. If you export $100 worth of goods, how much subsidy you will get? $5. If you export $500 worth of goods, 5%, how much subsidy you will get? $25. If you export, let's say $800 worth of the goods, 5% again, how much will you get? $40. Now, can I call this a subsidy as export linked subsidy? Let me know. Can I call this a subsidy as export linked subsidy? Yes or no? Please do let me know now. This is an export linked subsidy. Now have a look at this. There is one agreement under WTO. There is one agreement under WTO. Agreement on subsidies and countervailing measures. In short, SCM. As per this agreement, what does the agreement say? If one country achieves per capita national income of more than $1,000, I repeat, it is there in the slide by the way. If one country achieves per capita national income of more than $1,000, then such country should not be allowed to provide export linked subsidies. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. A country reaching per capita national income of more than $1,000 should not be allowed to provide export linked subsidies. Sir, why? Why should they not be allowed? My dear, imagine, right? Imagine 2 countries, USA and Namibia. I hope you understand there itself. USA on one side, Namibia on the other side. Should we allow both the countries to provide export linked subsidies? Think of this and answer. Should we allow, on one side USA is there, on the other side Namibia is there, right? Very, very poor country. Should we allow both of the governments to provide export linked subsidies? Of course no, you should not allow it. Why? Because USA is a very well developed country. Their manufacturers are already competitive enough. Why should you allow them? If you allow them, what will happen to exporters from Namibia then? I hope you understand the logic then. Right? So that's the reason under this agreement, any country which has a per capita income of more than $1,000, you should not allow it to provide export linked subsidies. Now apply to India. What is the status in India? After 2013 in India, successively for every year after 2013 and 14, India's per capita income has been more than $1,000. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. After 2013 and 14, for all these years after that, India's per capita national income has been more than $1,000. And when was the FTP announced? Think of it, right? Just go back to yesterday. When was the FTP announced? 2015. Now look at this. After 2013 and 14, your per capita income is more than $1,000. And in 2015, you have announced a scheme to provide export-linked subsidies. Don't you think USA will drag India to WTO? Does it make sense or not? USA will look at it and say, how can you provide export-linked subsidies? How can you provide export-linked subsidies? Because your per capita income is more than $1,000. That's a reason against many of these schemes which used to provide export-linked subsidies, USA went to dispute settlement body. They filed a complaint against India. The complaint was taken up. Panel looked into it and said, yes, India should not provide these subsidies. India should withdraw all of these subsidies. These are export-linked subsidies, right? And that is a precise reason. I hope remember yesterday I told you MEIS has been suspended. Do you remember that? MEIS has been suspended. We do not have MEIS today. SCIS has been suspended. Why? You are violating subsidies and countervailing measures. Okay. Now that is basically one more agreement. And there is one more provision under this. Have a look at this. A country, when they will export, and this export is 3.25% of global exports. I repeat, if India will export, let's take a simple example. Imagine India is exporting this marker. And this marker by value, not volume, by value is 3.25% of global marker exports or more than that. Then government of India should not be providing any export linked subsidy to the marker. That is one more condition under subsidies and countervailing measures. Done. So this is also important, was there in the newspaper. Please be very, very careful. And next one related to farm subsidies, agriculture subsidies, right? Today I will not discuss it. Can you see the last line here? Please read the last line. Please read the last line. It will be discussed in subsidies. That is next chapter. Because first I need to tell you what is subsidy, etc., etc. Right? So have patience. I'll discuss it. Definitely I'll discuss it. These are very, very important. Amber box, blue box, green box, and we'll connect it to today's newspaper. Please read that article in today's newspaper. You may understand some of it or you might not understand anything of it. Doesn't matter, read it. Tomorrow when I discuss agriculture, subsidies, what is the problem, etc., automatically you'll understand all of it. Done? So these are some of the very important agreements. These are very, very important agreements under World Trade Organization. Now the next concept of economic integration. Important, we'll connect it to current affairs. Point number 2, right? So again, argument is simple. If your exports, product exports account for more than 2.5% of total global exports, then also you should not provide export linked subsidies. Okay. Now let's start. Concept of economic integration. Now, what is this economic integration? Some of you looking at the definition will be confused. Why is the definition given like this? It is a policy of discriminatory reduction or elimination of trade barriers for the members in the group. Let me explain with an example. Follow this carefully. Imagine here is India and here is USA, UK and Australia. We are conducting trade with USA, UK as well as Australia. Now follow this carefully. If I apply MFN principle, if I apply the principle of MFN, it simply means anything that will come from USA, UK and Australia, that is a product which will come from USA as well as UK and Australia, rate of tax has to be one and the same. Let's say hypothetically 10%, 10% and 10%. Right? That is what MFN says. Now let's say, have a look at this. India will sign an agreement with Australia, and they have signed, by the way. India will sign an agreement with Australia. Now when you sign an agreement with Australia, rather than charging 10%, I will reduce it to 0%. Rather than charging a rate of 10%, I will simply reduce it to 0%. Now you tell me, Is it a discriminatory policy or not? I hope you understand my statement here. Right? This marker is coming from USA, coming from UK, and coming from Australia. But when it will come from USA and UK, 10% is applicable. But when it will come from Australia, 0% is applicable. Is it discriminatory? Of course, yes. That is basically the idea of economic integration. Have a look at this. It is a policy of discriminatory reduction or elimination of trade barriers for members in the group. Right now, who are the members in the group? India and Australia. These are the only two countries. So whenever trade will happen between India and Australia, we will discriminate. Discriminate in the sense, I will apply different tariffs to the rest of the world. But when something will go from India to Australia, tariffs will be lower or zero. When something will go from Australia to India, tariffs will be lower or zero. That is basically the idea of economic integration. Now, how the economic integration will happen? What are the different stages in the economic integration? These are the different stages. First one is called as a preferential trade agreement, PTA. Preferential trade agreement. Second one is a free trade agreement, FTA. Third one is a customs union. Fourth one is a common market. Fifth one is economic union. Now follow the discussion carefully here. Let's go one by one. Let's say there are two countries, A and B. A is exporting 100 billion worth of goods and services. B is exporting, let's say, $150 billion worth of goods and services. Now, can I simply say bilateral trade is equal to $250 billion? Bilateral trade is equal to $250 billion. Now, let's start. First, preferential trade agreement. Now, what is this preferential trade agreement? In the preferential trade agreement, small quantity of goods and services which are traded, small, not large, small. And when I say small and large, sir, how much? Numbers are not defined. I hope you understand. Numbers are never given here. But is it okay? Look at the number here. What is the total bilateral trade? $250 billion. Now, what if I cover only those goods and services which are worth, let's say, $60 billion, and on these $60 billion worth of goods and services, I will reduce the tariff. That is both A and B put together, they will identify $60 billion worth of goods and services, and they will reduce the tariffs on only these $60 billion worth of goods and services. Now, point number one, can I simply say that this agreement is not substantial in coverage, it is limited in coverage? Let me know. This agreement is not substantial. Substantial means it doesn't cover the most of the trade. It will cover only part of the trade, small part of the trade. So two or more countries agree to reduce the tariffs on number of products. But what is the speciality about PTA? We are not covering substantial part of the trade. Now you'll ask me, sir, what do you mean by substantial part of the trade? What if rather than $60 billion, they will cover $240 billion worth of goods and services? Is it not more than 90% of the trade? Think of it. They will cover $240 billion worth of goods and services, and they will reduce or eliminate a tariff. Is it not substantial? Of course, as most of the trade is covered. Right? What if all the $250 billion is covered? Complete trade will be covered. Right? So understand the logic here. Whenever you talk about preferential trade agreement, only part of the trade will be covered, not large part, only a small part of the trade will cover, right? Will not cover larger trade. Any example of a preferential trade agreement? We have a PTA with Chile. In fact, as per the economic survey, the PTAs as well as FTAs of India will be somewhere around 19. The total number of PTAs and FTAs that India has signed is around 19. Now come to the next one here. Free trade agreement, FTA. Take the same example. A and B, total bilateral trade is $250 billion. Example 1, what if they cover $240 billion worth of the trade between both of them and they will reduce or eliminate tariff? What if they cover, let's say, $235 billion worth of the trade, reduce or eliminate tariff on this? What if they cover all the $250 billion, reduce and eliminate the tariff? Can I now say that, right? Have a look at this. Can I now say that substantial trade that is done by the countries in the group will be covered and either the tariff will be reduced or eliminated? Any problem with PTA and FTA? Let me know right now. PTA will cover only small part of the trade. FTA will cover large part of the trade, right? Any example of FTAs? India and Sri Lanka have an FTA. In fact, yesterday's newspaper, I believe Indian Express, the Prime Minister, right, let's say the President of Sri Lanka said, we want to again renegotiate this FTA with India because India is the next big country for us. We want to renegotiate. We want to expand this agreement. In fact, it was there in the current affairs. Can I give you one more example? Right, India and Australia. India and Australia. India and right, UAE. All these are free trade agreements only. All these are free trade agreements, right? That's important. Now, should you always sign PTA, then sign FTA? There is no compulsion. I hope you understand. Should you always start with PTA, then go to FTA? No, you can directly go to FTA only, right? There is absolutely no compulsion on you. If you want, you can start with PTA, then, right, basically increase it to FTA, or else you can directly go to FTA itself. Okay, so that is one more very important point. Now, in the newspaper, if you're reading about India and Australia or India and UAE, they will basically talk about two concepts. One, they will say early harvest trade. Early harvest agreement. I'll come to this. That's point number one. And point number two, they will use different names. They'll say Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, CEPA, CEPA, Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. They will also use Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement, CEPA, SECA, etc. Please understand, all of them are FTAs only. All of them are FTAs. Now you will ask me, sir, if these are FTAs, why the name is different? Why not simply call it as an FTA? Argument is simply this, follow. Whenever you talk about FTA, you're talking about only goods and services. Trade. I understand. You're simply talking about trade. But when you talk about Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement, you will not only cover trade, along with the trade, you will also cover intellectual property rights. There is certain agreement between both of the countries regarding intellectual property rights. There will be certain agreements regarding sharing of information technology. There will be agreement regarding, right, let's say any other investments promotion. Now tell me, don't you think this kind of an agreement is much more comprehensive or not? I hope you understand my statement here. Is it not much more comprehensive compared to simply covering trade in goods and services? And that is a precise reason whenever the countries will sign agreements which are FTAs in nature, but will cover apart from the trade in goods and services, they will also cover, let's say, investment promotion, protection of intellectual property rights, right? Or let's say even promotion of sharing of information technology, etc. These will be comprehensive. That's the reason either they will use the term Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement, etc. like this. Done? So one is a PTA, second one is a FTA, Free Trade Agreement. Third one is a Customs Union. Third one is Customs Union. Now imagine, just take the current affairs example. Imagine India, or I forgot one more term, I'll come to that. India and Australia. Imagine India and Australia, which have signed an FTA. Right? I know. Right? Many of you are mentioning, sir, you forgot early harvest. I'll come to that. Just give me a minute. Let me finish this. Imagine India and Australia have signed an FTA. Right now, what is the implication of this FTA? When India will export some goods or services to Australia, tariffs will be reduced or reduced to 0%. Australia will export goods and services to India, tariffs will be reduced or put at 0%. Right now, the agreement is between only two countries and they are trading with each other. They are having a particular policy towards each other. Now, what if I say both India and Australia will now decide, both of them will decide that if a product will come from USA either to India or to Australia, they will impose a 10% duties. Look at this. Now, India and Australia, which have signed an FTA, now they will decide whether the product will come from Australia to India or to Australia. Both of them will have the same policies, that is in terms of customs duties. What do you mean by customs? Customs is basically a tax. It is a tax which is either imposed on export or import. I hope you understand this. So countries in a group A will have the same tariff against non-members in the group. That is called as a customs union. Right? That is the third one. Is India having any customs union? No, India is not part of any customs union. Example is European Union. The best example for 3, 4 and 5. The best example for 3, 4 and 5 is European Union itself. Next, fourth one, common market. Now have a look at this. India and Australia, they have decided, hypothetically, India and Australia have decided whatever products will come to us from USA, UK, etc., we will have the same customs. They will go to the next step now. What is the next step? We will allow movement of people easily from India to Australia and Australia to India. You don't need visa. You can easily go to Australia. From India, you can easily go to Australia. Start searching for work there. People from Australia can easily come into India, enter into India without visa. Start searching for work. Right? So that movement of capital is allowed. Movement of labor is allowed without any restriction. That is called as a common market. That is called as a common market. And now the last level of integration, that is economic union. Let's say India and Australia will now decide, let's have a common currency. Let's have a common currency. Let's have a common legislature. Let's have a common monetary policy, fiscal policy. If that is done, it is called as an economic union. Any example of an economic union? European Union. In European Union, have a look at this. In European Union, right, is it okay if I say currency is same? They have a parliament, right, etc. So European Union is an example of a economic union, right? So customs market, common market, and economic union, right? So again, understand this. If you look at the evolution here, if you start from PTA, then there is a FTA, then there is a customs union, then there is a common market, then there is an economic union. Let me know, will the integration keep on increasing as I move from the top to bottom or not? I'll repeat it. Will the integration keep on increasing when I move from the top to bottom or not? Second, will the complexity, understand this, will the complexity increase as I keep on moving from the top to bottom or not? Of course, as complexity will increase, many of you will say, no, I understand this. Complexity means, right, which is more complex? You tell me. India and Australia having different monetary policies, or India and Australia having a same monetary policy? Which is more complicated? Think of it, no? Just think of it. India and Australia having a different parliament, different fiscal policy, different monetary policy, or India and Australia having same currency, same monetary policy, same fiscal policy? Don't you think the second one is much more complicated? Because Australia's nature is different, our nature is different. Their trade is different, our trade is different. So don't you think the complications will increase? It will become much more complicated as you keep on moving in the bottom. Done? Right? So this is how economic integration will take place. Economic integration will take place. It is there in the current affairs. Please be very careful. And one point that I said I'll discuss, that is the idea of a early harvest trade deal. Early harvest trade deal. Early harvest trade agreement. Now, what is this early harvest? Now, have a look at this. Imagine two countries have come to discuss, right, and enter into a trade agreement. They want to cover, right, let's say 200 goods and services. Under this agreement, they want to cover 200 goods and services. Now, point number one, can I simply say that out of 200, there will be certain goods and services on which both the countries will arrive at an agreement very soon? Let me know. I'll repeat it again. Out of 200 goods and services, let's say hypothetical number I'll throw. Let's say there are 20 goods and services on which both the governments will come to an agreement very soon. Right? Government of India will say, I want you to reduce taxes on this product. Right? Australian government will say, okay, I don't have any problem. Let's do it. Government of Australia will say, I want you, that is India, to reduce taxes on this product. Government of India will look at it and say, okay, no problem, let's reduce it. So all I'm trying to tell you is, certain goods and services, these are not very complicated. These are very easy to come to a conclusion. I'll just throw an arbitrary number, 20. And let's say hypothetically the negotiation has started, and within 1 month, you have arrived at an agreement. That is, conclusion is done. On 20 goods and services, we should reduce and eliminate tariff. Remaining 180 goods and services, now you will have to negotiate for, let's say, 8 months. Because these are very, very complicated issues. Right? Australia will say something, India will not agree to it. India will propose something, Australia will not agree to it. You will have to hold a lot of negotiations, consultations to arrive at conclusion over 180 goods. Now tell me, what does make sense to you? What does make sense to you? We will negotiate for 1 month plus 8 months, and after 9 to 10 months, we will sign agreement covering all the 200, or we have agreed to 20 goods and services in 1 month, I will sign one agreement covering only 20 goods and services. And later, we'll negotiate, and after 8 to 9 months, I will sign one more agreement covering these 180 goods and services. What does make sense to you? Having two types or two-step agreement like this, or waiting for 10 months, waiting for 12 months, waiting for 14 months, so that all the 200 will be covered. Right? Don't you think a rational approach will be, first, we will sign the agreement covering only 20 goods and services. And second, let's continue the negotiations. Let's continue the negotiations because these are complicated issues. And once we agree to all the remaining 180, we will sign a full-fledged free trade agreement. All of you will agree with me? A two-step process will basically work out. That's a basic idea. So when you arrive at these 20 goods, sign an agreement, sign a deal, it is called as early harvest trade deal. Is it okay? Early harvest trade deal. Can I give you a similar example? Don't write this in the exam, but can I give you a similar example? When you write a test series, or let's say when you will write the UPSC exam, how many of you will keep on answering questions sequentially? You will not jump. You will not move from question number 10 to 30, question number 30 to 40. Absolutely no. So first I should solve question number 1 only. Once I solve question number 1, I will go to question number 2. Doesn't matter, let it take 1 hour. Then I'll go to question number 3. Then I'll go to question number 4. Don't you think you are losing out on the efficiency? You're losing out. Rather than that, what most of you will do? You look at the statement. Forget about option. You look at the statement. Statement is easy. Now look at option. Let's solve it. Go to question number 2. Statement I can't understand. Skip it. Go to question number 5. What are you doing? You're basically first solving easier ones. Apply the same logic to the trade policy. Apply the same logic to the trade policy here. 200 goods and services are there. Should you always keep on going one good, second good, third good? You will finish all of them, then sign the trade deal. That is very complicated process. Rather than that, what you will do, take out those goods and services where you can easily come to an agreement, sign the agreement. That is called as early harvest trade deal. Then pick up complicated areas. Done? So this is the basic idea of a economic integration. Okay, explain point 5. Economic union. Economic union is basically an common market where you will have a common currency, common monetary policy, common legislature, etc. I said best example for this is the European Union itself. In case of European Union, they have a common currency. I hope you know that. In European Union, there is a common currency, euro. Right? So that is a basic idea. Okay, done. Now, before we continue, let me take up questions, then we'll take a break, then we will continue the discussion. Okay. Now, let's start. PPP, purchasing power parity. It simply means, I'll repeat it again, understand this. It simply means using the same currencies, you can purchase the same set of goods and services in 2 different countries. Right? That is called as a purchasing power parity. What if 2 countries not accept the solution report of DSB? You tell me example. Right? You tell me an example. I believe the question that you're asking is, both the sides are not accepting. That will not happen. Or 2 countries will not accept. Even if that happens, understand the statement. Can you understand when I say this? All the member countries should reject it. Now you tell me, out of 160 member countries, even if 50 member countries reject it, does it mean all the member countries are rejecting it? I hope you understand it. I told you negative consensus means all the member countries should reject it. Now you're asking me, sir, what if 2 countries will reject it? What if 3 countries will reject it? What if 4 countries will reject it? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Until unless all the 160 member countries reject it, that will not be rejected. Okay. Per capita income is an estimate. How based on that WTO is saying that you can't provide subsidy, it will affect the country. My dear, then what is your solution? You tell me. It's an estimate. I agreed. Then on what parameter will you decide? Based on that only, you will have to use certain parameter. No. Per capita income for any country is an estimate. Either you take USA or Namibia. Right? For both the countries, it is estimate only. Okay. Google and Meta have their offices in India. Won't it be covered under services of commercial presence? Yes, right, it will be covered. Okay. Okay. Customs union. Customs union simply means member countries. In a group, there are member countries. Start with the basics. In a group, there are member countries. There could be 2, there could be 10, there could be 15 also. Now, these member countries, they will have a common policy regarding imports and exports. That is, right, whatever they have a trade with other countries, when this group, underline the term group, when this group will conduct trade with other countries, non-members, they will have a common customs policy. Okay. Is FTA between two or more, not more, right? Did I not tell you this? I told you it could be between two countries, it could be between 5 countries, it could be between 15 countries also. Despite saying that, you will keep on asking. I do not understand whether I'm audible or not. I don't understand sometimes. Okay. Most favorable nation, MFN, most favorable nation simply means you will have to treat every trading partner same way. You cannot discriminate between your trading partners. Whatever goods or services, whatever trade you are getting, right, you're receiving, you'll have to apply the same rate on all of them. That is basically the idea. That is the basic idea of a most favored nation. Exchange rate restriction. You are importing something. You are importing something. You will have to pay in terms of dollars. What if government of India will not allow you to convert your rupee to dollar? You tell me. Simple idea, right? You are importing something, you'll have to convert rupees into dollars because you want to make the payment. Now you tell me, if government of India doesn't allow you to convert the currencies, will it not affect the trade between India and rest of the world? That's the whole idea. Done? So let's take a break now. I'll restart at 8:16. I'll restart at 8:16. Okay, let's restart at 8:16. Okay, let's start. Am I audible? Am I audible? Let me know if I'm audible or not audible. Okay, so let's start now. So we've discussed the idea of concept of integration now. Now let's apply it. What has been the issue in the context of India? What has been the experience of Indian government, or let's say Indian economy, in terms of signing multiple free trade agreements? Now, whenever you sign free trade agreements, this is what you expect. Follow this carefully. Before the agreement is signed, let's assume there are two countries, A and B. The export from A and B, let's say hypothetically, is $10 billion, and imports into A are, let's say, worth $20 billion. Now, can I write total trade? Total trade is equal to $30 billion. Total bilateral trade, $30 billion. And the deficit is how much? $10 billion. Any problem with the calculation? Let me know. The total bilateral trade is $30 billion and the deficit is a $10 billion. And which country has the deficit here? Country A has the trade deficit. Now, once you sign the agreement, what do you expect? Once you sign the agreement, automatically the tariffs on goods and services will come down. Now, the trade between both of the countries should increase, should improve. Let's say A is able to export $20 billion worth of goods and services to B, and because of the agreement, B is able to export, let's say, $50 billion worth of goods and services to A. Now, have a look at this. What is the total trade between A and B? What is the total trade? $70 billion. What is the deficit of A now? Deficit of A, that is a trade deficit, is $30 billion. Now, follow the explanation carefully now. Follow this carefully. Point number one, total bilateral trade has increased. Correct or wrong? Total bilateral trade has increased. Correct or not correct? After signing the agreement, start participating. I expect answers from you. Right? So, total bilateral trade, of course, it has increased, because have a look at this. Before the agreement was signed, the total trade was $30 billion. After the agreement has been signed, what is the total trade between A and B? $70 billion. Point number one. Point number two, has exports of both the countries increased? Has exports of both the countries increased? That is, exports of A, has it increased after the agreement? Yes. What about exports of B? Has it increased after agreement? Again, yes. Point number three, look at this point number three very carefully. But I will say, because of this agreement, country B is getting more benefit compared to country A. I'll repeat it. Because of this agreement, country B is getting more benefit compared to country A. All of you will agree? Any problem with this assessment of the situation? Let me know. Sir, why are you discussing all of this? Have a look at the report here. Niti Aayog report says that India's trade deficit with ASEAN, ASEAN simply stands for Group of 10 Countries, Association of Southeast Nations. India signed a trade agreement with ASEAN in 2010. And after that, what has happened? From 2011 to 2017, the total trade between India and ASEAN has increased. The bilateral trade has increased from $50 billion to $70 billion. But during the same period of time, the trade deficit of India has doubled from $5 billion to $10 billion. Which means now, based on this, can I say that ASEAN group of countries have been getting more benefit from the FTA compared to India? ASEAN as a union is getting more benefit of this agreement compared to India. Now, why will Indian government agree to this? Sir, why? Why other countries are able to get more benefits? I'll tell you, have patience. The trade deficit, 21 sectors were covered. in 13 of the sectors, the trade deficit is actually widened. It has become more compared to what it was before the agreement was signed. But apart from this, what are the other issues? When you sign a free trade agreement like this, and on the import, a tariff will be reduced. Now, can I simply say imports will become much more cheaper in India? Any problem with this? Right? Imports will not attract a tax now, or will attract 1%, 2%, 0% tax. Will it not become much more cheaper in India? And when they become much more cheaper, will it not affect India's manufacturers? It will affect the domestic manufacturing, and it has happened. And imports have been much higher. The value of imports has been much higher compared to value of exports. So this has been the assessment of the free trade agreement that we have signed with many other countries. Now you will ask me, sir, why? Why is that we are not able to get more benefits? Other countries are getting more benefits, right? I'll discuss under two heads. Follow this carefully. Success of the free trade agreements. Whenever you sign the free trade agreements, the success of free trade agreements depends on certain factors. Point number one, whenever you cover one sector under this agreement, is the sector competitive or not, it will have a huge impact. For example, let me give a very simple example. Imagine India will sign a free trade agreement with another country, and one of the sector that we have covered is solar panel manufacturing. Solar panel manufacturers. Now you tell me, how many of you think solar panel manufacturers are globally competitive in India? That is, Indian manufacturers are very much competitive in the international market. Right? How many of you think that? Answer is simply no. Answer is simply no. Why? Some time ago I've told you, the manufacturing of these solar panels is not sufficient in India. We import from the global market, again specifically from China. Around 80 to 85% of the panels that are imported come from China. So they are much more competitive in China than in India. So don't you think whether the FTA becomes successful for India or not depends on what a sector you are going to cover under this. Point number one. Point number two. Many countries, when we sign the agreement, they will reduce and eliminate tariff barriers. They will reduce and eliminate tariff barriers, but they will impose non-tariff barriers. Don't you think when you have a non-tariff barrier, right, that will again restrict India's exports to that country? Again, the answer is yes. Third one, income of the countries with which we are signing the agreement. Let me ask a very simple question. Imagine India will sign an agreement with USA. India will also sign an agreement with, let's say, any African country. Let's take a very small African country, or the one which is generally there in the newspaper for financial issues, Zimbabwe. Now you tell me, in both of these agreements, where do you think India can get or India can export more and more? Simple idea. I hope you understand. India and USA, one agreement. India and Zimbabwe, another agreement. Right? So where do you think there is more potential for India to get the benefit? India and Zimbabwe. Right? There are three people who are saying India and Zimbabwe. My dear, Zimbabwe is in economic crisis. Zimbabwe, it's a very small country. Very small country. US is the largest country, largest economy in the international market. So you have more potential to have more trade with Zimbabwe. At least think of it, no, when you answer. So it is more beneficial when you have a trade agreement with the USA. But now look at India. Do we have a trade agreement with USA? Think of it. Do we have a trade agreement with USA? No, we do not have it. Do we have a trade agreement with UK? No, we do not have it. In simple terms, some of the large economies from which we can, right, generate lot of revenues by exporting more and more, we do not have free trade agreement. We have with United Arab Emirates, but the size of UAE, GDP value, when I say that, GDP value in the international market, smaller. What about Australia? As a continent, it is very large, but size of the GDP in the international market, it is smaller. So what is the idea here? What you should recommend? These are the points. Please understand this, right? These are the points that you should think of. Can I say, if UPSC will ask you, give recommendation, one of the recommendation you should say is, India should negotiate and sign agreements with larger economies such as USA and UK. Is the logic okay with all of you? India should negotiate, sign agreements with countries such as USA and UK. Why US and UK? These are larger economies, larger countries in terms of GDP. So potential will be very high. Fourth one, the relaxations provided under the trade agreement and MFN for other countries as well. What do you mean by this? Let me give you a very, very simple example. Follow this carefully. Follow this very carefully. Here is India. India is conducting trade with A, India is conducting trade with B, and India is conducting trade with, let's say, Australia. Okay. Now, same example. This marker is coming from A, right, to India, B to India, and Australia to India. Now, let's imagine right now, under most favored nation, under MFN, the rate that is applicable on all the markers is 1%. Right? There is no agreement as of now, right? That is before agreement. The rate, tax rate, customs that is applicable is 1%. Now, India and Australia will sign the agreement. As a result of the agreement, we will not impose 1% tax, we will impose a 0% tax. Now, you tell me, are we providing a huge benefit to Australian exporters compared to exporter from A and B? Let me know. Look at the rates and let me know. Right? Are we providing huge benefit? Or yes, some of you are saying yes. Right? I'll repeat the statement. Are we providing a huge benefit to the Australian exporters compared to A and B? Underline the term huge benefit. No, we are not providing huge benefit. Why? Earlier 1% was applicable. Now it has been reduced by 1%. It has simply been reduced by 1%. Are you providing a huge benefit to Australia? Absolutely no. Right? What if rather than 1%, it was earlier 10%, now you will reduce it to 0%. Now you tell me, if the tax is reduced from 10% to 0%, from A, pen will come to India 10%. From B, right, pen will come to India 10%. From Australia, the pen will come to India 0%. Don't you think the trade potential between India and Australia will be much, much higher in the second example? Right? So what matters here also is, what is the MFN rate? You might have reduced under the agreement, you might have reduced it to 0%, or you might have reduced it to 1%. But what if under MFN, right, already 1% is applicable, you have reduced it to 0. Are you going to promote trade between India and Australia? Of course, no. Right? That is also a point to consider whenever you talk whether the FTAs will be very successful or moderately successful. Done? So these are the points. Now come to the next point here. Why are exporters from India facing issues? Why are exporters facing issues? One, cost of logistics in India is higher. Cost of logistics in India is higher. And when the cost of logistics is higher, what will be the market price of the finished good? Right? What will be the market price of the finished good? Right? What will be the market price? Very high. And you tell me, if the market price is higher, will it provide more competitiveness or less competitiveness? Will it make our exports more competitive? Of course, no. It will not make more competitive, it will become less competitive. Can I say this is one of the problem, right, that exporters are facing in India? Answer is yes, by the way. Answer is yes, by the way. Okay. Second, interest rate in the domestic market compared to other countries. Right? In case of developed countries such as UK, Germany, USA, etc., interest rates are much, much lower compared to India. Now, interest rate is important. Why? You're a manufacturer, you will take a loan. Okay, some of you are saying I'm not audible. Of course, only one person is saying I'm not audible. Am I audible to others? Okay, right. So those who are saying not audible, please refresh. Okay, please refresh. Let's start. So basically, you're a manufacturer. You're a manufacturer. You will take a loan. Yesterday I've discussed this also. Right? You will take a loan. And when you take a loan, don't you think the rate of interest you pay on the loan will affect the manufacturing cost? I hope you understand this. Will affect the manufacturing cost. Right? Of course, yes. If the rate of interest is higher in India compared to other countries, are you not at a disadvantage? Right? In fact, I've discussed all of this yesterday also. Right? How rate of interest will affect the exports. Rising trade barriers. India has started increasing their trade barriers. For example, on rice, wheat, etc., sugar, etc. In the same way, other countries also have done the same thing. In the last 2 years, what other countries have done? That because of the pandemic, they also have implemented trade barriers. That just like India, they are also doing it. So that has affected, right, what is the demand for goods and services in the international market. And finally, right, inflation in the Western markets. Inflation in the Western markets. The issue of a slowdown in some of the countries, etc., etc. Sir, how inflation will affect? How inflation will affect? Please understand this. If there is an inflation as well as, let's say, issue with a slowdown, don't you think that will reduce the demand for goods and services in Western markets? Example, USA, UK, and these two countries are important. Why? We export a lot of goods and services to these countries. Now, if there is a recession in USA, you tell me what will happen to Indian exports. If there is a recession in UK, European Union, what will happen to Indian exports? Indian exports will fall. Done? Right? So these are some of the issues which are faced by Indian exporters in recent times. Sorry, but yesterday you said interest subsidy is given. That's the reason after this only what reforms have been implemented, it is given here. In order to address this issue, what reforms have been implemented? One of the reform is interest equalization scheme. Okay. Last point. Arey Baba. In USA, UK, if there is a recession, you are exporting to USA. You are exporting to USA. If there is a recession in USA, will the demand be higher in USA? Think of it. Will the demand for the goods and services will be higher in USA? How? There is a recession, there is a slowdown. If inflation rate is very high, if interest rates are increasing, demand will be lower. So export will automatically come down. Okay. Interest rate in India, obviously higher interest rate, higher market price, exports competitiveness will be lower. Okay. Now, what are the reforms to promote exports? Yesterday, I've discussed two reforms. One, I hope remember, we have discussed a PLI. We have discussed a PLI, Production Linked Incentive Scheme. Yesterday, we have discussed this. We also have discussed interest equalization scheme. Okay, we have discussed two schemes. Let me add one more scheme to that. RODTEP, remission of duties or taxes on export products. RODTEP, remission of duties or taxes on export products. Now let me start here. Follow this carefully. Imagine you're an exporter. Okay. You want to manufacture and you want to export certain product. You will purchase raw material A, raw material B, and raw material C. Manufacture a product and export this product, let's say, to USA. Export the product to USA. Point number one. Point number two. Let's say on all the three raw materials, GST is applicable. Hypothetically, on all the three raw materials, GST is applicable. Now, can I simply say, because GST is applicable, you will pay GST, but later you will get input tax credit. Hence, whatever product you will manufacture, and export to USA, the price of the product, within the price of the product, you will not include taxes. Is the logic okay? Let me know now. Right? Let's say you pay on product A, you will pay 10 rupee GST. On product B, you will pay 20. On product C, you will pay 30 rupees. Now, will you include the tax of 10, 20 and 30 when you will sell the product to USA? Will you include the taxes? You should not include it. We have discussed this. You should not include it. Why? Whatever taxes you have paid under GST, it will be given back to you in the form of input tax credit. So now can I simply say, right, look at the statement now. Now can I simply say, if you manufacture this marker and export, let's say at $2, out of this, there is no tax component. There is no taxes involved in the $2. Any problem? Out of $2, there is no inclusion of taxes. This is called as zero rating of exports. This is referred to as zero rating of exports. What do you mean by zero rating of exports? In deciding the price of the export, you are not including any taxes you have paid. Now let me ask you a simple question. If there is a zero rating of exports, tell me, will it not promote export competitiveness? I'll repeat the statement. If there is a zero rating of exports, will it not help in promoting export competitiveness? This is example 1. Let me come to example 2. This is example 1. Let me come to example 2. Now follow this carefully. Here is a same exporter. He will purchase petrol. Petrol is one of the raw materials. He will purchase electricity. And when the exporter will purchase petrol and electricity, let's say hypothetically, he will pay a tax of 30 rupees. Then he will basically purchase, right, raw material A. He will pay 10 rupee tax, GST, 10 rupee GST. Now, think of this and answer. You are the manufacturer, you are the exporter. Will you get the input tax credit of taxes that you have paid on petrol? Let me know. I'll repeat the statement again. You have paid the taxes on petrol. That is one of the raw material to you. Will you get the input tax credit on petrol? No, you will not get it. What about electricity? Even on electricity, you will not get it. But you have paid GST of 10 rupee here. You will get the input tax credit of 10 rupee GST. Now, let me ask you the question. When you will manufacture this pen, you want to export it, will you include the taxes or not? Think of this and answer. You have manufactured this marker using this petrol, electricity, etc. Will you include the taxes in the market price or not? You will include. Right? You will include. Anybody has a problem with this? Let me know right now. You should include, by the way. If you ask me, sir, why should I include? Because simple. You have paid taxes on petrol and electricity. Nobody is going to give it back to you. Nobody is going to refund it to you. Whereas raw material A, you have paid 10 rupee GST, you will get it back. So what you will do? You will include the petrol, the taxes on petrol and electricity. And you will export it to USA now. Tell me, is this product zero rated now? Think of this. Is this product, example 2, is example 2 zero rated? No. Point number 1. Point number 2, if it is not zero rated, will it hamper your product competitiveness? Think of this. If there is no zero rating, will it not hamper, will it not reduce your export competitiveness? Answer is yes. Answer is simply yes. Don't say no, right? One person is saying no. No, my dear, please understand. Because the taxes are included in the market price, market price become higher, export competitiveness will go down. This is the problem with some of the taxes. This is the problem with some of the taxes. Now, I will call these taxes as embedded taxes. I will call these taxes as embedded taxes. What do you mean by embedded taxes? As an exporter, when you purchase a certain inputs, when you purchase certain goods or raw materials like this, you will pay taxes to the local government, you will pay taxes to the state government as well as the central government, which are not refunded to you. I'll repeat it again. What is the meaning of embedded taxes? Whenever you are manufacturing and exporting like this, you will end up paying taxes either to the local government or to the state government or to the central government, which are not credited, which are not given back to you. And because these are not given back to you, when you decide the market price of this product, you will include these taxes in the market price of the product. These taxes are called as embedded taxes. And we have embedded taxes problem in India. We have a problem of embedded taxes in India. And because embedded taxes are there, right, it will reduce export competitiveness. So what should we do? Government has introduced a new scheme by the name of RODTEP. Government of India has introduced a new scheme by the name of RODTEP, remission of duties and taxes on the export products. Now, under this, what will happen? Have a look at this. Government will identify what is the embedded taxes in these products, and government will be refunding these taxes. I'll repeat it. Government of India set up a committee, GK Pillai committee, and this committee studied the issue of embedded taxes, gave recommendation to Government of India. And from one sector to another sector, how much incentive is given, it is different. Rather than using the term incentive, it is better use the term tax refunds. Why? I'll tell you. Rather than using the term incentives, use the term tax refunds. I'll tell you why in a minute. So this committee studied the issue of embedded taxes, gave recommendation to government, and based on the recommendation from one sector to another sector, tax refunds, that is embedded taxes, will be refunded to the exporter. Now imagine you're a manufacturer, you're exporting the product. In the example 2, I said 30 rupees the embedded taxes. 30 rupees the embedded taxes. Now imagine that 30 rupees given back to you. That 30 rupees given back to you. You tell me what will happen to market price of the product? If that 30 rupees given back to you, you tell me what will happen to the market price of the product. Will you increase the market price or decrease the market price? You will decrease the market price. Now, if the market price of the product decreases, what will happen to export competitiveness? What will happen to export competitiveness? Export competitiveness automatically will increase. And can I also say that by providing the refund of embedded taxes, we are moving towards zero rating of exports? I hope you understand. By providing, right, these refunds of embedded taxes, we are moving towards zero rating of exports. Right? That is the basic idea of the remission of duties and taxes on exported products. Now let's say hypothetically, right, 30 rupee, the number that I've taken in the example, I'll take that only. 30 rupees is the embedded taxes. How it will be refunded to you? Will they give you cash? Right, like in PLI, will they give you cash here? No. Government says, I will not give you cash. Rather, I will give you duty credit scrip. Do you remember that? Yesterday we have discussed this. Right, that 30 rupees, that is the embedded taxes, I will not give you in the form of cash. I will give you in the form of duty credit scrip. And this duty credit scrip, now you can use to pay customs duty on the imported goods, or you can simply transfer it to other importers. This is how RODTEP, remission of duties and taxes on export products, is proposed, implemented by the Government of India. Right now, this is there. Right now, this is there. This is the important scheme. Now look at the beauty of the scheme. At least as of now, no country has objected to this. Look at the beauty of the scheme. How many of you think, and think carefully now, think carefully and answer. How many of you think RODTP is an export linked subsidy? Think carefully and answer. How many of you think RODTP is export linked subsidy? And right, you are proving my fears. You are proving my fear. That is, most of you are saying yes, you are wrong. You are wrong, right? Don't type anymore. If your answer is yes, do not type it. I will prove you are wrong. Why? My dear, please go back to MEIS discussion. Please go back to MEIS discussion. What was the concept under MEIS? What was the concept under MEIS? Whatever is the value of export, based on the value of export, I will give you certain subsidy. Let's say 5%. If you are exporting $100, I will give you how much? 5% of it. That is, right, basically $5. If your value of exports is $200, I have decided 5% of it, I will give you $10. Do you think the same calculation is done in case of RODTEP? You tell me. After discussing all of it, you tell me, is the same calculation applicable in RODTEP? That is, have we decided the amount of percentage that will be linked to the value of exports? Are we deciding the tax refund based on value of exports? No. Whatever is the embedded tax, we have given the recommendation based on that. The recommendation is based on the embedded taxes, not on the value of export. That is the reason, at least as of now, remember this. No country has objected to RODTEP. Is it okay? No country has objected to remission of duties and taxes on export of products. And this is one more point here. MEIS was withdrawn and RODTEP was implemented. From 1st January 2021, MEIS was withdrawn and RODTEP was implemented. Right? That is important. Please remember this. Okay. Now, this is the end of the discussion regarding the international trade. Yesterday we have discussed PLI. We have also discussed the interest equalization scheme yesterday itself. Now, let's start solving the questions. Right? Let's solving the questions. Because of embedded tax refund, exports are rising. My dear, exports will increase. But answer to the question, simple question. Are you deciding the refund based on the value of it or based on the embedded taxes? Can you understand my statement? What do you mean by export linked subsidy? The subsidy that you receive is connected to value of export. But in case of this RODTEP, the refund that you are receiving, it is connected to value or embedded taxes. Different, right? So understand it. Let's start. Okay. 53% have answered correctly. Why? Let's start. Price of any currency in international market is decided by World Bank. Anybody who says, yes sir, World Bank will decide the price of a currency in the international market, wrong. You can use elimination method. Option A will be wrong, D will be wrong. Demand for goods and services provided by the country concerned. Of course, yes. Right, demand for goods and services that will dictate imports and exports, which will have an influence on exchange rate. Stability of the government of the concerned country. Nobody should have a doubt regarding this. Why? Look at Pakistan, look at Sri Lanka and tell me by default it is applicable or not. Right, so 3 is correct. Economic potential of the country in question. Economic potential. Right? Do you think India's potential will dictate what is the exchange rate today? Simple question to all of you. Will India's growth rate dictate or India's potential dictate what is the exchange rate? Potential will not dictate, growth rate will dictate. Okay, so 2 and 3 are correct. Right option will be option B here. Okay, option B here. Right, so economic potential of the country in question, no. Demand for goods and services, stability of the government. Done? Right, so 2 and 3 are correct. Right option will be option B. Now have a look at the next question here. Okay, 62%. Why? It should have been higher. Let's start. Which of the following constitutes capital account? We have discussed current account and capital account. Foreign loans taken, foreign loans given. Part of capital account. Foreign direct investment. In fact, it is there in the PPT. Please check it. Second one is also correct. Remittances. Remittances. Part of capital or current? Part of capital or current? It's a current account. Right, so use that. Directly you can use elimination method. Right, otherwise also you can do it. Portfolio investment, that is basically foreign institutional investment. Right, that is again part of the capital account. So 1, 2 and 4 are correct. Right option for the question will be option B here. Right option is option B. Next. Okay. 69%. Why 23% have chosen C? And why? It's one of the simplest questions that you can come across in UPSC. Balance of payments of a country is a systematic record of. Option A is the correct one. Let me come to option A last. Goods exported from a country during a year. Is it balance of payments? What about services? What about remittances? What about investment? Of course, no. Economic transactions between the government of one country to another. 23%, 1/4 of the students have chosen option C. How many of you think BOP consists of only transactions between governments? Let me know. Right? Does BOP consist of transaction between the government? No, it is part of the BOP, not the BOP. Capital movements from one country to another country. FDI, FII. But what about imports and exports? What about remittances? What about salaries which are moving in and out? That is not again counted here. Look at option A. All import and export transactions. Many of you simply believe, I'll repeat it again, understand this. Many of you simply believe that import and export transactions are nothing but imports and exports. No, they're talking about transactions. What do you mean by import transaction and export transaction? Any transaction that is leading to inflow of the dollar and outflow of the dollar. And don't you think balance of payment will consist of all of these transactions which will lead to inflow of dollar and outflow of dollar? Answer A is right. Our statement A is the correct one. Okay. Next one. Okay. Hurry, why? 49% have answered correctly. It should be more. Let's start. I'll tell you one of the reasons. Many of you would have made a mistake here is you would have not read the term decline of current account deficit. You would have not read the term decline of current account deficit. You would have simply read current account deficit. Which of the following are the contributors of declining current account deficit? That is, which of the following will reduce current account deficit? That's a question. Point 1. Restriction on non-essential imports. We have discussed this. If Government of India will impose a restriction on non-essential imports, imports will come down. And if the imports will come down, will the current account deficit come down? Yes. One is correct. Export demand slowdown. If the exports will slow down, exports value will slow down, what will happen to current account deficit? It will widen. Can I use a 2? Right, can I use a 2 and eliminate here? Can I use the second one and eliminate? There itself will get the right option. But anyways, increasing exports, exactly opposite to the second one. If exports will increase, dollar inflow will increase. So the current account deficit will decline. It will come down. So 1 and 3 are correct. Right option is option A. Right option is option A. Okay. 72% have answered correctly, but even then it should have been more than that. What do you mean by convertibility of the rupee? Tell me. What do you mean by convertibility? Allowing, without any condition, without any restriction, conversion of rupee to dollar, dollar to rupee. Okay, rupee to dollar and dollar to rupee. Did we not discuss this yesterday? In fact, please go back to the previous slides. The definition is also given. Being able to convert rupee notes into gold? No. Right, allowing the value of the rupee to be fixed by the market forces, that is a floating exchange rate? No. Freely permitting the conversion of rupee to other major currencies and vice versa. C. Developing an international market for currencies in India? No. Right? That is not the objective of convertibility. Right option is option C here. Okay. Please look at the question carefully and answer. This is a very simple question. Was asked 2 years ago. Very simple. But read it very carefully. Okay, as expected, only less than half of the people have given the correct answer. Let's start. Effect of devaluation of a currency is that it necessarily, underline the term necessarily, improves the competitiveness of the domestic exports in the foreign market. Anybody has a problem with the first statement? If you devalue your currency, in fact, I've given a table. I've given the table, right, where I've told you what will happen if there's a depreciation or devaluation. Will it not improve the competitiveness of the exports? Yes. Come to point number 2. Increases the foreign value of the domestic currency. That is, $1 is equal to 50 rupees. Devaluation means what? $1 is equal to 60 rupees. This is basically devaluation. Now, how many of you think India's currency value against foreign currency after devaluation has increased? That is what the meaning of the second statement, right? That is, India's currency value against the foreign currency value has increased. No, it has actually decreased. So second one is wrong. Second one is wrong. Improves the trade balance. Happens. Let me know. Right? Does it improve the trade balance? Look at India. You tell me. Look at Indian economy and you tell me, if the government of India devalues the currency, that is nothing but depreciation, equivalent value of depreciation, right? You tell me in context of India, if there is a devaluation or depreciation done, will it improve the trade balance of India? Improve trade balance means what? It will reduce the trade deficit necessarily. No. No. India is a net importing country. It will not happen. Right? So 3 is also wrong. May or may not. But if you're a net importing country, it will not work out. Trade balance will worsen. So first statement is correct. Right option is option A. Competitiveness will increase. And please understand, many of you ask, sir, but exports may or may not increase. The term is competitiveness will increase. Right? That is, your exports will become competitive in the international market. But even if they become competitive, any guarantee that your exports will increase? Of course, no. What if USA is in recession? Let me know. What if USA is in recession? Your exports are competitive, but USA is in recession. Right? Don't you think that will not work out? But anyways, will it improve the competitiveness? Yes. Right? So first one is correct. Right option is option A here. Option A. Now let me solve this. Let me solve this. With reference to Indian economy, consider the following statements. First statement, look at it. An increase in the nominal effective exchange rate indicates appreciation of rupee. Correct or wrong? Let me know. If need increases, will it improve or will it mean appreciation of Indian rupee? Yesterday we have discussed this, by the way. Yesterday we have discussed this. If near index increases, it means Indian rupee is appreciating. Statement 1 is correct. Statement 1 is correct. Statement 2. Increase in rear indicates improvement in trade competitiveness. Correct or wrong? It is wrong. If rear increases, trade competitiveness will go down. So second one is wrong. Now, even before I go to the third statement, can I use elimination? I'll tell you the logic of third statement also. But even before I go to the third statement, can I use elimination now? Right, 2 is wrong. Eliminate all those options which will have 2. Right option for you is option C, 1 and 3. Now let me come to the third statement. An increase in the trend in the domestic inflation relative to inflation in other countries is likely to cause an increasing divergence between near and rear. Now you do not have to buy at the formula, but at least I hope you remember. At least I hope you remember. There is a difference between near and rear. What is the difference between near and rear? In case of near, we do not account for inflation, but in near, we will account for price levels, that is inflation. Now you tell me, based on this information itself, you tell me, if inflation keeps on changing, will there be more gap? Divergence means gap. Will there be more gap between near and rear or not? Simple logical idea. You don't have to calculate, you don't have to do anything. But basics, remember this. Near and rear, what is the difference? In rear, we are counting inflation. So if we are including inflation in the rear and inflation keeps on changing between India and other trading partners, will the gap between near and rear keep on changing or not? Answer is yes. So third statement is also correct. So 1 and 3 are correct. Right option for the question will be option C here. Done? Right, so this is how you use the information. You can check 10 books, right? Trust me, I know many of you will do that. Right, you can check it. Many of you will keep on saying, sir, but what is asked in UPSC is not given in the book. Not needed. Apply the logic, you will automatically understand in most of the question you can use elimination methodology and get the correct answer. Don't expect always the statement like this should be given in the book. That is a wrong approach for preparation. What is the right approach? You have studied something, apply it. Apply it like this, you'll get the answer. Okay, done. So these are the questions which have been asked. There's a descriptive question, but I need to discuss certain other international areas aspect related to this. After that, we'll solve the question. Don't worry. I'll come back to this question again in the future. Do not worry. Okay, now let me start with the next chapter. The next chapter that I'll be covering will be the chapter of subsidies. Okay, concept of subsidies. Now, what I'll be discussing under this chapter, we'll start with the introduction. Okay, we'll start with introduction, definition, classification, etc. Then we'll discuss the types of subsidies. Some of the examples I'll give you. Then we'll discuss a direct benefit transfer. We'll discuss e-rupee, very important current affairs now. And we'll also have a discussion, right, related to connection between WTO and subsidies. And I'll bring in, right, the agriculture sector subsidies. We'll have a discussion regarding that here. Now let's start. What do you mean by a subsidy? Right, have a look at this. Subsidy is basically a benefit which is provided by the government to certain beneficiaries. I'll repeat it. What's the definition? It is representing, or it is a benefit which is given by the government to certain beneficiaries. Now this beneficiary could be a company, this beneficiary could be a household, this beneficiary could be an individual. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. It is a benefit which is given by the government to certain beneficiaries. Now this benefit can be given in the form of a cash or in the form of a kind. Right? I'll repeat it. This can be given in the form of a cash or in the form of a kind. Let me give you examples. Automatically, you will only tell me. All of you heard of Pradhana Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana? Yes or no? If you say no, it simply means you are not reading newspapers. Okay, Pradhana Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana. Now, under Pradhana Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana, 5 kgs of food grains were given free of a cost. Government used to provide 5 kgs of food grains free of cost. Now, how many of you say that this is a cash subsidy? Let me know. Is there anyone who is going to say this is a cash subsidy? No, this is a kind subsidy. This is not a cash subsidy. This is a kind subsidy. Can I give you a cash subsidy example? Right? Cash subsidy example. PM Kisan scheme. Pradhana Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi. Under Pradhana Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi, government annually will provide a 6,000 rupees cash. Look at the right objective itself, you will understand. Government of India will provide 6,000 rupees worth of cash, that is income support to the farmers. Can I call this as a cash subsidy? Any problem? Can I call this as a cash subsidy? So understand the logic here. Government, and again, there are hundreds of subsidies. You can keep on writing examples for all of them. Understand the concept. Concept is important. So whenever you talk about subsidy, it is an assistance. It is a benefit that is provided by the government to the beneficiaries. Now this particular beneficiary could be a household. For example, LPG subsidy, it is given to a house. Right? Government can provide this subsidy for an individual, farmers. Government can provide this to companies also. For example, some time ago, I wrote a name of a scheme, FAME scheme. Do you remember this? I wrote a scheme name, FAME scheme. Don't you think it is a subsidy that is given by the government to companies? Right? So companies can be beneficiaries, they can get subsidies. Individuals can get subsidies, and houses can also get subsidies. Now, why does government provide subsidies? These are some of the reasons. Let's go one by one. One, It wants to promote production. Apply to FAME and let me know whether it is correct or not. Apply to the scheme, FAME scheme. Is it not promoting electric vehicles in India? Apply to agriculture sector. Government will provide fertilizer subsidies. Government provides fertilizer subsidies. Is it not promoting agriculture sector production? Right? So argument is this. They want to promote production. Second, they want to achieve certain social objective. Sir, what is social objective here? To provide support to farmers. Why farmers, sir? Farmers are generally poor. Right? Generally, not always. Farmers are generally poor. Or provide right subsidy under PM Ujjwala Yojana to poor houses so that they can purchase a LPG cylinder. So what is Government of India trying to do? Provide free food grains to poor houses, LPG subsidy to poor houses, right? Providing for welfare, social objective. Third, controlling prices. I said some time ago, fertilizer subsidies are provided by the government, and I'll tell you how fertilizer subsidy is decided, how it is provided. I'll show it tomorrow. Don't worry. Now imagine Government of India will not provide any subsidy for fertilizer. You tell me what will happen to market price of fertilizer. What will be the market price of the fertilizer? Market price of the fertilizer will be very high. Can all the farmers purchase fertilizers now? Will it not affect production? Will it not affect supply of food grains? Answer is yes. Can I give you one more example? One reason why Government of India provides subsidies for electric vehicles is, by default, electric vehicles are very costly in India. I hope you understand. By default, electric vehicles are very costly in India. And because these are very costly, everybody cannot afford these vehicles. So Government of India will provide subsidy for these electric vehicle manufacturers so that the market prices will come down. Controlling prices. Right? Export promotion. Promotion of more and more exports from India. Apply to agriculture sector, apply to electric vehicles, automatically you'll understand. Okay, so these are some of the reasons why government provides a subsidy. But when government provides subsidy, there is a concern related to that. What is the concern? One, it is not targeted correctly. They are doing it. Tomorrow we'll understand how government targets subsidies. But one, we do not target. Target means what? Whenever you provide subsidies, we should be providing it to only those who require the subsidies. Right? We will provide it to those, or we should provide it to those who require subsidies. Can I give you one example? Right? Again, do not generalize it. Just take it as an economic example. In case of Delhi government provides up to certain number of units free electricity to everyone. Free electricity to everyone. Now, how many of you believe that every house in Delhi should get certain free electricity? Does it make sense? Is it fair? Is it following equity? Answer is no. And don't you think a better methodology will be identifying those poor houses and providing subsidy only for them? That is yield targeting. And let me elaborate on this. When you yield target these subsidies, provide the free electricity to everyone like this, what will happen to your revenue expenditure? What will happen to your revenue expenditure? Revenue expenditure will increase. Don't you think that will put a lot of pressure on the finances of the government? Right? It will have an impact on finances of the government. Again, don't worry. It is just an example. Some of you started criticizing me. Sir, you're wrong here, you're wrong there. Let me give you one more example. Right? Some of the states will provide a free electricity to the farmer. Free electricity to the farmer. Right? Now, for what purposes? Irrigation purposes. Now, have a look at this. When these states will provide free electricity to the farmer, how many of you think that farmers will be utilizing irrigation efficiently? How many of you think they will be drawing water very much efficiently in terms of what is required? Don't you think they'll keep on pumping water without realizing, right? They are using or abusing the water resources. Now tell me, what will happen to water level? What will happen to water level? Underground water level will fall down. And what will happen to the burden on the government to pay for this electricity? Burden on the government, because government will pay on behalf of the farmer. Burden on the government will become higher. That's a problem. Okay. Doesn't allow for optimal utilization of resources. Apply the same logic here. Just now I've discussed water, it's a resource. If you provide free electricity, will it allow for optimal utilization of the resources? That is a water here. No. Right? It is not optimal utilization and creates a lot of inefficiencies in the market. A lot of inefficiencies will be created. Sir, what do you mean by inefficiency here? I'll give a very simple example. There is a policy called as MSP. Do not worry about MSP today. I'll cover it in detail tomorrow. Have patience. There's a policy called as MSP. Right? That is, government, whenever they purchase the food grain from you, they will pay you certain money. That is called as MSP. Now you tell me, as a farmer, you tell me, will you cultivate more if the MSP is more or not? Simple idea. Right? There are two crops. One has a MSP of 2000 rupees. Another has a MSP of, let's say, 1200 rupees. Which one will you cultivate? The one which will offer you more MSP. But if most of the farmers do that, what will happen to production of one crop? Production of one crop will go up. What about another crop? Production will go down. And what will happen to supply of these in the market? Supply will be mismatching. Right? Sometimes supply will be very high, supply will be lesser. That will affect the supply in the market. Right? So it will create a lot of inefficiencies of supply, right, in the market. Okay, so these are some of the issues related to the subsidies. Now, what is the classification of subsidies? I'll give you two classification, but before I start, I will tell you one point very clearly here. Do not complicate the classification, because Government of India in no document says this is exactly the classification that I'll be using. You can search. You will not get this classification. Just to make the concepts clear, suddenly if UPSC will ask you what is this subsidy, I have given you classification. Do not complicate it. What is example of one can become the same example in the other one. Right? That is, sir, if you write this, but it is also coming here, it is wrong. No. Same scheme can come under multiple classifications. Let's start. First one is a direct and indirect. First one is a direct subsidy and indirect subsidy. Look at the statements here. Direct subsidy simply means it will involve payment to the beneficiary. It will involve transfer of subsidy to the beneficiary. Indirect, it will not involve any payment of money. Rather, it will involve providing the subsidized goods or services to the beneficiary. Can I give you an example here? Let me know whether this is correct or not. PM Kisan scheme. PM Kisan scheme. Can I simply say it is an example of the first one? PM Kisan scheme, it is an example of first one. Whereas Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana, it is an example of the second one. Any problem? Let me know. Right? Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana, it is basically an indirect subsidy. Why? We are not giving money to the beneficiary. Rather, we are giving food grains at subsidized prices, at lower prices. Whereas in case of a direct subsidy, the cash benefit is directly given to the beneficiaries. Let me go to the second one. Universal and targeted subsidies. Universal and targeted subsidies. Now let me give you a simple example. Follow this carefully. Imagine in this country there are 100 houses. There are 100 houses. Now what I will do in the first case, I will give LPG subsidy for all the 100 houses. Is it okay? I will give LPG subsidy to all the 100 houses. Example 1. Example 2. Now, in the second example, I will find out that out of 100 houses, 40 houses are very poor. 40 houses are very, very poor. In the second example, I will not give LPG subsidy to all the houses. I will simply give LPG subsidy only to 40 houses. Tell me, is it okay if I say example 1 is a universal subsidy? Example 2 is a targeted subsidy. Any problem with this? Example 1 is a universal subsidy. Example 2 is a targeted subsidy. Now tell me, Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana, is it universal subsidy or targeted subsidy? Let me know. Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana, is it universal subsidy or targeted subsidy? Targeted subsidy. Fertilizer subsidy. Let me introduce one more now. Fertilizer subsidy, targeted or universal? Fertilizer subsidy. Fertilizer subsidy is universal. Fertilizer subsidy is universal. Please remember this. Right, sir? How can you say fertilizer subsidy is universal? Can you go and purchase fertilizer from the shop at subsidized prices? Answer is yes. Some of you are still typing targeted. No, listen to me. Can you go to the shop and purchase fertilizer at subsidized prices? Answer is yes. Can a rich farmer go to the shop and purchase a fertilizer at subsidized prices? Yes. Can the poor farmer go to the shop and purchase purchase fertilizer at subsidized prices? Again, the answer is yes. So they are not targeting. If they are targeting, what they should have done? Only poor farmers should have been identified, and for poor farmers, the fertilizer should have been sold at lower prices. Right, rather than providing the subsidy for all the farmers. Right, anybody can purchase fertilizer at lower prices. Universal subsidy. Okay, so universal, targeted. Now based on this, let me know which is better, direct subsidies or indirect subsidies. Let me see. Right, let me see which is better, direct or indirect. Which is better? Think of this and answer. Please think of it and answer. Which is better, direct subsidy or indirect subsidy? Direct subsidies are better. Direct subsidies are better. Direct subsidies are better. Right? Why, sir? Why direct subsidies are better? You will know who is the beneficiary. You can easily identify who is the beneficiary. If there's a duplication, you can remove it. You can simply remove, right? Because you know the list of the beneficiaries. In case of indirect, what happens is, lot of times a duplication happens. I hope you understand. Lot of times duplication happens. Right? I'll give a very simple example. Earlier, right? Earlier, what used to happen was LPG subsidies was given in indirect way. I'll repeat it. Right? Earlier, LPG subsidy was given under the concept of indirect subsidy only. Sir, how LPG subsidy was given under indirect? Let me show this picture here. Have a look at this. Earlier, what used to happen is, the customer will book the cylinder. Customer will book the cylinder. And the distributor will supply the cylinder to the customer. Let's say cost of the cylinder is 900 rupees. I'll take a simple number. Let's say cost of the cylinder is 900. Now, what the system was there earlier? Government used to pay, let's say, 300 rupees to the distributor, and now distributor used to sell the cylinder to the customer at 600 rupees. Right? They used to sell it to customer and collect 600. Total 900 rupees. Now here becomes the issue. Here comes the issue. Whenever you talk about cylinder, cylinder can be supplied for houses. All of you will agree? Domestic, houses. Cylinder can also be supplied for commercial purposes, hotels, restaurants, etc. But in case of India, remember the policy. If you are purchasing a cylinder for commercial purposes, you will not get any subsidy, and taxes will be very, very high. And if you are using the cylinder for domestic purposes, right, the subsidy will be provided to you. Now look at the problem here. Government will simply provide 300 rupee to the distributor. Now under indirect subsidy, how can government ensure that this cylinder will go to houses only? Is there a possibility that the distributor will supply it to a hotel? Possibility is there or not? Distributor will supply it to, let's say, right, the catering business, and they will pocket the subsidy. So there is a leakage. Subsidy expenditure will be very high, but there is a leakage. I hope you understand this. So there was an issue. There was an issue with indirect. So what has the government of India done now? Direct subsidies. Right, here is a customer. You book the cylinder. You will get the cylinder at 900. Pay 900. I will transfer 300 rupees into your account. I hope you understand. Pay 900 rupees. I will transfer 300 rupees into your account. So effectively, how much you have paid? 600 as it was earlier. Right? So this is a much better way. This is a much better way. Direct subsidies are much better way. Okay? Now between universal targeted, last question for you people. Between universal and targeted, which is better? Universal or targeted subsidies? This is straightforward. Targeted is much better. Rather than giving universal subsidies, targeted is always efficient. Okay, done. So direct, indirect, universal, targeted will continue from conditional, right, unconditional tomorrow. We'll continue from conditional, unconditional tomorrow. We'll discuss a couple of more concepts later. Now, before I wind up, let me take up your questions. Why not tax input available on petrol and electricity? My dear, please revise. It simply means you're not revising. Why? Did we discuss GST? And in the GST, right, is there a GST on petrol? Is there a GST on diesel? No. As of now, no. If there is no GST, don't you think input tax credit will not be provided to you? Right? It's basically application of what you have learned earlier. Last point in the success of FTA. In case of FTA, whether it is more successful or not, it depends. It depends on what is the most favored nation rate as well. It depends on what is the rate of most favored nation. Right? Imagine if the most favored nation rate is 1% and you will bring a country under the FTA, you will reduce it to 0. You're providing benefit. I'm not saying you're not providing benefit. But are you providing a huge benefit to this trading partner? No, negligible benefit. Hardly you're reducing the rate by 1%. Right? That is the point I was making there. Okay. What is FAME? FAME is an initiative of Government of India under which for hybrid vehicles as well as electric vehicles, Government of India will be providing certain subsidies to the manufacturers so that they'll be able to sell these vehicles at lower prices to customers. Sir, in case of emergency, if the World Bank gives out grants, it can ask the country to devalue the currency so that the World Bank can ultimately, first and foremost, in case of emergency, it is not the World Bank which will provide assistance, it is IMF. And IMF can ask the country to devalue their currency. In fact, how many of you have read an article regarding IMF in yesterday's Hindu? Because most of you will simply say, sir, I don't read anything else apart from Hindu. So let me ask you a question. How many of you read that article, very big article, right, related to IMF lending activity? All of this is discussed in that article itself, right? Read that. That's a very nice article, by the way. What about those terms other than FTA and PTA used in India and UAE trade? I've told you, right? Comprehensive economic partnership, comprehensive economic cooperation agreement. Did I not discuss that? I told you, whenever you cover more than only trade in goods and services, these are called as comprehensive agreements. Government has taxed UPI transaction above by 2000 by 1.1. That you read very carefully. It is not all the UPI transactions. Read it very carefully. Embedded tax will be returned by the government through RODTEP for export. But what exporters do when government allows to use RODTEP only in import tax as they export? My dear, right? We have discussed this. The tax, I'm sorry, the scripts, right? Input scripts. These are transferable. I told you this yesterday also. Hardly 24 hours. If you don't want to use it, transfer it to an importer. You can do that. Okay. Public stock holding, we'll discuss that tomorrow, right? Again, I told you, right? We'll discuss it tomorrow. I don't understand when I say that, why don't you listen to me? Okay. So objective of government is maximum welfare, then the government should provide universal subsidy. Is it fair? But think of it. Is it fair? Right? I've been giving you this example multiple times. Should you provide LPG subsidy? Let me give an extreme example and you tell me whether this is fitting into your narrative or not. Should you provide LPG subsidy to Mr. Mukesh Ambani? You tell me. I hope you understand. You tell me, should you provide LPG subsidy to Mr. Mukesh Ambani? How does it make sense? But on the other hand, should you provide LPG subsidy to a very poor household? That is the idea for targeting. Is money is sent to direct account in case of input to tax credit, right? Account in the sense the system is there. You don't require all of it. Generally, whenever you're a manufacturer, you're an exporter, certain accounts, not bank accounts. When I say accounts, suddenly you'll go to bank account only. Certain accounts are opened. Let's say you're an exporter, you have an account with DGFT, that is a wallet. Yesterday I was discussing that with the Director General of Foreign Trade. In the same way, you are basically paying under GST, you have an account with the Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, right? In that, input tax credit will be credited. Okay. But the poor are not side cast. My dear, again, what is the argument? I don't understand. I'm not saying don't provide it to poor. Why are you twisting everything? I am saying, should you provide it to Mukesh Ambani? Can you understand my question at least? Forget about whether you're providing to poor or not. That is not the question here. Should you provide it to Mr. Mukesh Ambani? That is the question. I'm saying don't provide it to Mr. Mukesh Ambani. You're saying, but sir, we are providing it to poor. What is the argument? Right? Should you provide to rich people? Answer is no, you should not provide it. Okay. Okay, done then. Right, so we'll stop the discussion today here. We'll continue tomorrow. Okay, we'll continue tomorrow. I'll pick it up from conditional and unconditional subsidies. Okay, that's it from my side. Take care. See you tomorrow. Have a good day.